military has unlimited power. They don't. It would be up to Northern Command to decide what those rules of engagement are, and they could perform law enforcement duties if he invokes the Insurrection Act. We all know about posse comitatus, which means the U.S. military can't perform law enforcement on U.S. soil. But if President Trump decides on that Insurrection Act, he can do that.
All right, Martha Raddatz, thank you so much. The extraordinary actions in Washington come on the heels of a weekend of unrest, the likes we have not seen since the 1960s. The protests, of course, continue today across the country, and with curfews being enacted in many cities, including right here in New York. So what will the rest of the evening bring? Stephanie Ramos has the latest.
Tonight, protesters filling the streets of New York as the city announces a new curfew at 11 o'clock. After a night of looting, the number of police officers doubled. For days, though, thousands have peacefully protested in 140 cities over the death of George Floyd. But this weekend, rage and pain in America. From coast to coast, a weekend of violent clashes. Police unloading pepper spray on protesters at close range in Portland, Oregon. Using tear gas to hold back crowds in North Carolina. Demonstrations turning violent, others taking advantage of the chaos, looting in major cities like Boston and Philadelphia. In the nation's capital, smoke seen near the White House. Police firing tear gas as people set cars and buildings on fire. The National Guard activated in 25 states and Washington, D.C. But despite the flashes of violence and destruction, demonstrators determined to stay focused and have their message heard.
The focus should be peace. Come in peace. Say what you have to do. Say what you have to say. Black Lives Matter. That's the message. Period. That's it. Look at us. Peaceful. That's all. Just hear us.
George Floyd! I can't watch no more of this. I'm sorry, but like, if I see one more name of another brother dead, like I'm gonna lose it. Like I'm really gonna lose my mind.
Demonstrators shutting down the Manhattan Bridge, holding a moment of silence in Times Square for George Floyd.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
Oh my gosh.
A giant.
Oh my gosh.
This is very dangerous.
Oh my gosh.
Today, new details about those terrifying moments on a Minneapolis bridge when a tanker truck came barreling toward a crowd. Officials say the driver likely panicked. He told the governor the crowd moved in to help him. For protesters in Boston, another close call as an SUV rammed into people.
Several people just got run over by a car. The front windshield was shattered.
And an investigation now underway after an NYPD patrol car drove into a crowd behind a barricade. The police commissioner saying at times his officers also came under attack.
It's a very difficult situation without a good ending either way. That is on the heels of Molotov cocktails being thrown at police officers.
Amid calls to end police brutality, disturbing scenes unfolding. This one in Seattle, an officer using his knee to pin down a protester until his fellow officer pushes it away. Police in Atlanta firing the two officers seen smashing the windows of this car, tasing the college students inside, then violently dragging them out. And in New York, outrage over the use of force. This woman taken to the hospital after being shoved to the ground. The mayor calling for another officer who pulled a gun on a group of protesters to be fired.
Any officer who should not be wearing that uniform needs to get off this force.
The mayor not mincing any words there, and Stephanie Ramos joins us now on the phone. Stephanie, the governor of New York announced a curfew that will start at 11 o'clock tonight. What are things on the ground like right now?
Well, Lindsay, that curfew will be difficult to enforce. I can tell you, once the sun went down, New York City changed. We are no longer seeing the peaceful protesters that we followed all day today. The groups that we're seeing right now attempting to loot and damage property appear to be organized groups. This is exactly what we heard earlier today from police. We were on Fifth Avenue. We just walked away from Fifth Avenue, where we saw individuals completely covered from head to toe circling the area, eyeing shops. NYPD officers standing in groups on certain corners. Other officers were already guarding businesses where their windows had been shattered. Stores like the Nike store, Michael Kors, all on Fifth Avenue. Now, some businesses were actually still being boarded up like Saks. Now, the actual street, though, Lindsay, was deserted up until about a half hour ago, 45 minutes ago, where hundreds of people, it was clear this was an organized group, hundreds of people descended on Fifth Avenue, young men on bicycles, and a few on foot, but you could also hear some of these young men directing the others, telling them where to go, where officers were not positioned. This situation, it got tense really fast, officers taking people down as they tried to get into some of these stores at Rockefeller Center. But it was clear that this group was trying to swarm the officers here on the ground, and there were more of them than NYPD.
Stephanie, that is such a big concern right now, in that the violence is going to overshadow the message of the protesters. Thank you so much for your reporting, Stephanie. Demonstrations continue over on the West Coast at this hour, mostly peaceful protests taking place in Los Angeles. Here's a live look at one protest, but a curfew has been reimposed after reports of looting in some of the wealthier areas of the city. Chief National Correspondent Matt Gutman has a closer look.
Tonight, L.A. under curfew, shut down and boarded up. For days, protesters marching into the symbols of the city's affluence, places like Beverly Hills, squaring off against police in mostly peaceful protests from L.A.'s City Hall, secured by the National Guard, to the heart of Santa Monica.
What you're seeing right now is police squeezing the protesters. They've actually surrounded us. They're coming in from all angles.
And when that didn't work, tear gas. And on the fringes of the protests, we saw looting. Despite a countywide curfew, protesters leaving the supermarket ran, trying to stuff that widescreen into a sedan.
Another store looted, people going in, people coming out with arms full of goods, and police nowhere in sight.
In Long Beach, they were right there as looters burst through the boarded-up windows of that retailer. In Santa Monica, as night fell, police teams finally arriving, zip-tying dozens suspected of looting or violating curfews.
There are opportunists who are tracking where peaceful protests are occurring, and they are then going to that city.
But the mayhem not drowning out the message.
It is about George Floyd dying, but the microcosm is that America has its knee on the minorities' necks every single day.
Matt Gutman joins us now live with more. Matt, give us a sense of what things look like where you are right now.
We're in Van Nuys, which is the valley, the San Fernando Valley in Los Angeles, and I just want to give you a shot of something that we haven't seen in, 56 hours or so, and that's just calm, relaxed police officers. It has been so incredibly tense here. And just about 25 minutes ago, there were hundreds of protesters right here violating the curfew. They were given a countdown. You got to move in 20 minutes, 15 minutes, 5 minutes, and within a couple of minutes, they just dispersed. And so a very different scene than what we have been seeing. Now you're going to start seeing these police officers mount up. They made a couple of arrests here, but even check out the people who had violated the curfew, allegedly, just kind of smiling right now, very relaxed compared to yesterday. Now, things have changed. Actually, I'm going to have a complete spin around. Sorry, Lenny. This is a pawn shop, Hart's Pawn Shop. Inside, there are men who are protecting and who are armed with AR-15s. Across the street, those gentlemen, they have a shotgun. Over there, a sidearm. We've seen people with shotguns on the rooftops. Very different scene in terms of people and business owners taking protection or trying to protect their own interests than we've seen in recent days. The spate and the frenzy of looting, and you hear a couple of pops of fireworks here and there, but there's nothing serious. That frenzy of looting that we saw yesterday did not seem to happen today. We also saw it on Saturday, but I think shop owners, business owners took note, and they are now arming themselves because they felt like police in LA County simply did not help them out. They weren't where they needed to be. They were facing off against protesters in massive numbers, but not protecting property. Important to note that over the past several days, there have been well over 1,500 arrests, but no severe injuries. That is a good sign for everyone involved, Lindsay.
You talked about a change, a difference that you're seeing right now compared to yesterday. Have you seen a change, and you were talking basically about the protesters themselves, or the opportunists as well, but have you seen a change in the police response at all?
Not a significant amount. The tactics have been interesting. It's about starting in a nucleus and then pushing everybody out systematically. The problem with that is that when you have people scattered all over the city, that's when the opportunists come. And that's where we've seen looting, not by the protesters, not in that heart of the chants of the protests and people, demanding justice, which we've seen here and down this street, but in the peripheries. And, a bunch of stores have been looted down this street. So the police tactics don't seem to have changed very much, but we have seen incredible restraint. And I think I'll leave you with this. Not only restraint, but also I think police are understanding that they also want to reach out to the people on the other side of the barricades. And about an hour and a half ago, I saw a young woman who went up to a police officer. She was at the protest, African-American woman. She said her 3 brothers were afraid to come. Her name is Devonay Sutton. She's 27 years old. She said, I can be here. I'm still afraid, but my 3 brothers can't be here because they're afraid of getting hurt. And she tried to explain that to the white police sergeant. And she said, not all black people are bad. I promise you that. And they hugged. And that was a beautiful moment. And that gave me a little feeling of hope that we could have a few rough days ahead. That curfew has been extended to the end of the week, Lindsay. But still, people are trying to reach out to each other from across these skirmish lines.
Yeah, certainly need to hear about those moments of compassion during these times.
Okay.
All right, Matt Gutman, thanks so much. And now back to George Floyd, whose horrific death sparked these nationwide protests. His brother's emotional plea, how he wants us to honor Floyd's memory, and the call for charges against the other officers involved. Why prosecutors are saying that the criminal cases against them wouldn't be a slam dunk. ABC's Alex Perez reports again tonight from Minneapolis.
Tonight, with a nation on the brink looking on, George Floyd's grief-stricken younger brother Terrence coming to the site of the tragedy. Come on. His knees buckling as he approaches the makeshift memorial. Then the anguish on the spot where his brother took his last breath. Then dropping to the street, tearfully speaking to him.
I need you and Pops to watch over me. I know you got me. Sure. Walk first. Sure. I know what you want.
Terrence turning to those around him for strength, then passionately addressing the crowd, demanding the violence stop.
I understand y'all upset, but like it was already said, I doubt y'all half as upset as I am. So if I'm not over here wilding out, if I'm not over here blowing up stuff, if I'm not over here messing up my community, then what are y'all doing? What are y'all doing? Y'all doing nothing, because that's not gonna bring my brother back at all. My family is a peaceful family. My family is God-fearing.
Encouraging people to make their voice matter and vote.
Not just vote for the president, vote for the preliminaries, vote for everybody. Educate yourself. It's a lot of us. And we still gonna do this peacefully.
The younger Floyd pressing for people to keep protesting. He wants anger, he says, but anger that can make change. He also wants those 3 other officers who were involved to be charged with murder.
Peace on the left.
The Minneapolis Police Chief Medaria Arredondo last night addressing Floyd's family directly on live TV, calling those officers complicit.
Being silent or not intervening, to me, you're complicit. So I don't see a level of distinction any different. Mr. Floyd died in our hands, and so I see that as being complicit.
Former Officer Derek Chauvin under suicide watch and charged with third-degree murder, seen in that horrific video. The Floyd family attorney releasing an independent autopsy claiming his death was a homicide from asphyxia. Just moments ago, the medical examiner releasing their autopsy, also ruling it a homicide, saying Floyd died of a heart attack complicated by law enforcement restraint and neck compression. The state's attorney general now leading the case, vowing to charge others responsible, yet warning convictions might be a challenge.
But that doesn't mean that when we get to a courtroom that it's going to be some sort of easy slam dunk. history proves that it isn't.
Terrence then leading a rousing tribute to the crowd.
What's his name? George Floyd! What's his name? George Floyd!
Before leaving, seeking out a white protester in order to show a powerful moment of unity.
And Lindsay, the governor here has announced they have started the process of scaling back the National Guard. As you might recall, the governor mobilized the entire Minnesota National Guard to respond to this situation. That was some 13,000 National Guardsmen. But after about 2 relatively peaceful days, the governor now says it's time to start scaling back some of those guardsmen that were called in. So that process has started. Now, as for the investigation and those other 3 officers that have not yet been charged, we've talked to authorities here about why they have not been charged several times, and we always seem to get the same answer from authorities, that prosecuting police officers is a very, very complicated situation. They have to investigate, they have to collect evidence. They say that is a process that requires time, because a lot of times they will only have one opportunity to take this to court. That's not an answer that people here want to hear. They say it's taking too long, but authorities say they have to work with the process to see it through. So that is the latest from here, Lindsay.
And now to the debate over who is driving some of the violence amid what had been peaceful protests. Have some violent confrontations and damage to businesses across the country been a matter of anger boiling over, or are some individuals instigating violence for political purposes and simply to wreak havoc? Well, ABC News Chief Justice correspondent Pierre Thomas has been speaking with law enforcement officials. What have you learned today about some of those arrested, Pierre?
Lindsay, we're getting more insight into some of the kinds of people who are involved in the violence across the country in recent days. In New York, federal charges against 3 people accused of trying to use Molotov cocktails to burn up police cars. 2 attorneys arrested, one of them a Princeton graduate. Also charged this woman allegedly with an incendiary bottle in hand, described by police as a professional instigator, who has been arrested in 11 states since 2011 during encounters with police. And Lindsay, just breaking, the Justice Department announcing charges against an Illinois man who allegedly traveled to Minneapolis to riot. They say Matthew Rupert had several explosive devices when he was arrested, and they claimed that he posted video on Facebook claiming that he participated in looting and stating, quote, "I've got some bombs."
So it appears quite clear that there are some instigators of violence in these crowds, but is it fair to say that some of this violence is organic, coming from members of the community?
Oh, absolutely, Lindsay. We have information, and it's clear that there's some undisciplined locals who are engaged in looting and vandalism. Also, criminals who simply are there to steal and loot. So that is part of it. It's a toxic mix involving lots of different kinds of people.
Toxic mix indeed. Pierre Thomas, thank you. And as these conversations take place about how to treat the protesters and who these agitators may be, we recall the last set of nationwide protests that just happened. You remember the images just from April, protesters bearing arms, assault rifles, walking freely on the steps of Capitol buildings, upset that lawmakers were not letting them go back to work. Different subjects, but the anger over the economic pain being inflicted on those families was as real then as is the anger over alleged police misconduct. So take a look at these images. Now I want to watch the video that you're about to see that took place this weekend in Atlanta of the patients. Take a look at this video that we have here. Those people being pulled out of that car, there were 2 Atlanta college students. 2 officers have now been fired for using excessive force in that case. The NAACP said that this is the exact kind of policing behavior thousands are currently protesting. And here is another live look at protesters right now in Oakland, California. I'm not sure if we have this video. I guess there it is. You see protesters milling about there. Again, looks to be peaceful there. They're looking at Oakland Tech. And we continue to see scenes like this across the country playing out tonight and, of course, throughout the weekend. Let's go now to Seattle. Our Kaylee Hartung is there, where a curfew just went into effect a few minutes ago. Kaylee, what has the scene been like so far tonight?
Yeah, Lindsay, we're nearly 40 minutes past curfew. This is the 4th day in a row protesters have taken to the streets in Seattle. But what we are seeing today is something altogether different. I want to bring in Elijah here. He's one of the organizers of what you're seeing behind me. Elijah, explain to me the difference that you see, the difference that you feel in what's being accomplished today.
I want to start off with, I never intended to be an organizer of this rally. I was just someone who showed up and wanted to support. Things happen and voices need to be heard. And apparently something that I was saying needed to be heard. And people are finally receiving that. So if I have this platform, then I have to use my privilege for good. And that's exactly what I will do. We want to control the narrative of this story. We want to show what we really are. Because we're peace and we're love, and we're showing that here in Seattle every day, and that's why I love our city, because we could be like everywhere else. We could be burning it up, and we were for a second, and then we realized that we just get hurt. So I made a promise to every parent out there that their kid's going home tonight, because there's more kids in this crowd that I've ever seen. And they deserve to wake up tomorrow to tell that story, because that's how change gets made, is people have to tell the story. It has to get better. It has to. So if it doesn't, then we're just going to keep having chaos, which is why we're out here for 4 days, because it hasn't changed yet. And we'll be here as many days as it takes. It doesn't matter how sick I get. It doesn't matter how much my voice goes. As long as we can move, we will. And if we can't move, then we'll sit. But we're doing this peacefully. And I'm not going to say violent, because it's nothing to do with violence. It's destruction, yes, but we are not violent people. I don't want the narrative to be violent. It was destructive, but it was not violent. Because at the end of the day, a cop didn't get killed, but some of us did.
Mm-hmm. On Saturday night, we saw destruction in this city. What did it take for you all to organize this? Look behind you right now. Look behind you right now and tell me what you see and what you want that to symbolize.
Don't answer those questions, bro. Do not answer those questions. Looters are not protesters. They're looters.
No, I'm not standing up for them. Watch. Let me have my words. Give me a chance. Give me a chance to have my words too.
Yeah. Saturday was different. We know Saturday was different. Explain to me how you were able to bring this community together to show this statement.
I know that people want me to say that it was looters' fault on Saturday, but it wasn't. We came with the intention to be peaceful. And as soon as cops wanted to act wild and show their force, we wanted to stand up too. It was not looters that made it violent. It was cops tear gassing people. It was a cop who maced a kid. That's what made it violent. There was nothing violent about the looting.
But today, we saw you all working with police. I've seen conversations as you all have proceeded through the streets with police in front of you, escorting you. There was an impasse a moment ago. You all told police you would take one route to get to the police precinct that you're headed to. And some people tried to go another way, but there was a conversation had. What was that conversation?
The conversation was, we're only as good as our word. We keep begging for peace, and if we don't show that we can follow that, then why are we even out here? So your parents tell you all the time, you're only as good as your word. This was our word that we were going to do this peacefully on this route, and that's what we're doing, because it is unfair to change direction for people in that group that don't know what's going on. And I promised every parent out there that their kid would go home safe. When you make decisions like that, you're risking the lives of everyone in that crowd. That's not just your life, and it is so selfish and unfair.
And what is the goal tonight as you approach the East Police Precinct in Seattle?
Our message tonight when we stand up there, for however long we stand up there, is to show that we are consistent. If we say we're going to give peace, we're going to give peace every time, but we're going to be there. And if you don't want to listen, then you're just going to have to deal with us sitting up there all the time, because we're still out here.
But you want to have conversations with the chief of police, with the mayor.
I want the chief of police to sit down. I want the mayor to acknowledge her privilege, because setting up a curfew to try to regulate people is not the way to do it. We don't want to be vicious with you. We want you to sit down with us. You are a queer member of this community. You are speaking volumes when you're quiet. You're showing all of us exactly what it means to be a privileged, white, queer person in this community.
And this group will continue to march, Lindsay, up this street we're on here and straight to the East Police Precinct on Capitol Hill of Seattle. And they say it will continue to be peaceful.
And just before you go, just quickly, because we don't really have necessarily the perspective of the long lens there, but about how many people would you say are there? We're talking several hundred?
Oh, Lindsay, it is hard. It is hard for me to do that. Hundreds approaching 1,000, maybe more. But I mean, as far as you can see behind me, across the interstate bridge is downtown Seattle. This group is now marching through the Capitol Hill neighborhood of Seattle. They wound through the streets of downtown for hours, stopped in front of City Hall to make a statement. And now, as I said, the next destination, they know where they want this night to end. And again, they want it to end peaceful. They want it to end in a serious conversation.
And again, we can't emphasize enough what the gentleman who came up was saying. There is a distinction between looters and protesters. But at any rate, Kaylee Hartung in Seattle for us tonight. Thanks so much, Kaylee. And let's bring in the mayor of Seattle, Jenny Durkin, now. Thanks so much for joining us, Mayor.
Thanks for having me.
Over the weekend, we saw scenes of chaos and destruction in your city. Dozens were arrested. What do you know about the perpetrators of this violence?
So I think that's a really good question, and I think it's really important for viewers and Americans to remember that the people who came to protest the outrageous murder of Mr. Floyd had every right to gather and to grieve and to demand accountability. And in Seattle, they did that by the thousands, and they did it without any acts of violence. At the same time, thousands of others came with only one purpose, and that was to commit acts of violence, hate, and to destroy property. They caused millions of damage and a lot of injuries. And I think it's important for viewers to know that that is very different from the people who came to protest, rightfully so.
Was the city prepared, would you say, for this kind of rioting? And do you think that law enforcement did enough to protect the public and local businesses?
I think the law enforcement did the best job they could under the circumstances. We see protests and demonstrations in Seattle of all sizes and scopes over the years. We had hundreds of thousands of people march in the Women's March here without any incidents. In normal circumstances, our police officers rarely have to intercede at all. We prepared more because of what we saw going on across the country. But even then, to have over 1,000 people, if they come with the intent to have that kind of violence, the police officers have to do a range of things. First, they have to protect the life of the people there. And having a number of thousands of people there peacefully, they have to make sure that they're protected and can move out of the city. And then they have to make sure that they can move people out of the city who are not obeying the law, try to make arrests, try to put out fires, try to protect property. When you have that many people to do it, it is a difficult thing to do. But I think that our officers did the best they could under the circumstances. I will say we've received complaints about the use of force. And in Seattle, we have a very robust system of police oversight. I was formerly the United States Attorney. I did an investigation of the Seattle Police Department, helped negotiate a consent decree that's in place that changed how we use force and how it's investigated. We will look at every act that citizens are concerned about or residents are concerned about, because one of the things you have to do to gain trust of a community is know that if police officers do act inappropriately, they will be held accountable.
You've imposed a curfew again tonight, but you've also said that Seattle police have not arrested anyone for violating curfew. So how will that be enforced?
So the curfew, like any law, we want our police to have the tools. And our chief of police, in her estimation, given what we've seen across the country and given what we saw here Saturday, the tenor of these demonstrations can change significantly at night. The curfew gives the police a tool to make sure that they can get lawful and peaceable people out of an area, and there they can direct their attention to people if they're acting violently or unlawfully. But like any law, they'll use their discretion and their judgment. We had a group of protesters yesterday who were protesting peacefully for hours after the curfew had been implemented, and the police in their discretion determined that they did not want to use their powers and prevent them from doing that. So they let them protest peacefully for a number of hours and then asked them to disperse late into the evening. So I think we want to make sure that I want to give our police the tools they need, but we also have to balance it against the very important Fifth Amendment rights. And also, we are at a juncture in our nation again. This is a call to justice for all of us to examine what we're doing and how we can change it. It's a time when we need action. It's a time we need healing. But that healing and reconciliation can only come if people have the opportunity both to grieve and to express what they are feeling and the great trauma and injustices in their lives and their families' lives. So it is an important time in America for people to be able to protest. And, we heard from the African-American community in particular, they felt that their rights to protest were marred by people who were not there to protest or honor the life of Mr. Floyd, but were there simply to create destruction and violence. I think Mr. Floyd's brother said it very well today, that is not what his brother wanted. And so I think we can move forward and you can protest, and the content of your protest can be filled with anger and with a call for justice, but it does not have to devolve to property damage, to fires, and to hurting people.
Mayor, thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it. Much more ahead tonight on ABC News Prime. The U.S. airline is now planning to take the temperature of every single passenger. And coming up, we're live in Philadelphia. Also hear from one of the leading voices on racism in America. Does he think these protests represent a tipping point? But first, our post of the day. The head of police in Orange County taking a knee in solidarity with the people of Florida protesting the death of George Floyd.
An independent autopsy brought on by the family of George Floyd has been released. Dr. Michael Baden says he found Floyd died of asphyxia.
When he said, "I can't breathe," unfortunately, many police are under the impression if you can talk, that means you're breathing. That is not true. I am talking and talking and talking and not breathing in front of you.
If I'm not over here messing up my community, what are y'all doing?
A powerful moment this afternoon, the site where George Floyd lost his life, visited by his brother for the first time.
My family is a peaceful family. My family is God-fearing.
His message of peace clear. Today, a time of reflection for many, families stopping by to pay their respects at the growing memorial to George Floyd.
Curfews have been imposed across the nation, including in New York City, which saw peaceful protests this afternoon.
The National Guard is currently active in D.C. and 25 states. Sunday alone, Chicago had nearly 700 arrests, 132 officers injured. New York City's mayor announcing his daughter was arrested protesting.
As all 50 states gradually reopen, the number of coronavirus cases continues to climb.
With massive crowds of people marching side by side over the last several days. After months on lockdown, New York City is now preparing for phase 1 of reopening, set to begin exactly a week from today.
We spent all this time closed down, locked down, masked, socially distanced, and then you turn on the TV and you see these mass gatherings.
Across the country, as states continue to reopen,
reopen, a new policy from Frontier Airlines. Today, the airline now requires temperature checks for all passengers before boarding flights. Any passenger or crew member with a temperature of 100.4 degrees or higher will not be allowed to get on the plane. They must also wear masks and sanitize their hands before boarding.
Today is June 1st, and that is the official start of the Atlantic hurricane season.
But we know we've already had the A and B named storms, and we could now see the C by the end of this week or early this weekend. And it's actually coming from an interesting path. This is El Salvador over the weekend. At least 7 people have been killed. You had at least 100 homes flooded. You can see those cars being washed away there. The mudslides, the debris flows, all happening from what was Tropical Storm Amanda in the Eastern Pacific, then moved into El Salvador, and now is kind of hanging out over the Yucatan Peninsula. There is a chance that what is left of Amanda is going to redevelop over the Gulf of Mexico and sit in the bay here for a couple of days through the end of the week, and then try to go north toward the Gulf Coast by this weekend.
Welcome back. We're looking at live images in Chicago. Again, they appeared to be peaceful images of protesters there. A large crowd gathering. Unclear what is being said in the middle. We see the people with their signs, and it appears that people have their hands up in some of the immediate perimeter of that circle. So we continue to monitor protesters across the country. We go now to Philadelphia, another American city that has erupted in protest. And ABC's Trevor Ault joins us now live from there. So Trevor, that city is under curfew for another night. Give us a sense of what's happening live on the ground right now.
Well, Lindsay, to be honest with you, what we have seen over the past several hours is not what I was expecting when we arrived in Philadelphia today. We still have National Guard soldiers behind me. What you're going to notice in the background, and also if we pan over here, is that some of these police officers are now starting to spread out and disperse. But for the past hour, they've been sitting here calmly, almost taking a collective exhale, because this day has been very different from days past from what they tell me in terms of what they're seeing in terms of unrest and looting. And a lot of them are crediting the National Guard being here. We saw several officers walking by, fist bumping them, thanking them for being here, because they said that it allowed them to cover a lot more area of the city. Now, obviously, there are still things happening right now that they're responding to because of the speed that they just dispersed here. But compared to what we saw over the past several days, things were much more managed so far in Philadelphia, but that's not to say there weren't demonstrations. There were several on a large scale, and there were also, on a few different occasions, Lindsay, some clashes between protesters and police.
And give us a sense of what was taking place over the last few days in Philadelphia. I know it's a different scene now, but what was the unrest like prior to this?
So what we know in Philadelphia is that, like many cities, there were some acts of violence, acts of destruction, and a lot of looting. What I think did make Philadelphia a little bit different than what we saw in several other major cities is a lot of the looting, it wasn't happening after dark when crowds started to disperse. It was happening in the middle of the day, and it wasn't necessarily in the suburbs. It wasn't necessarily in the city center. It was spread out in the suburbs too, and because police were here often protecting some of these more major landmarks, they weren't responding in time. Today, when I got here, there was a massive demonstration weaving its way through the streets here. Thousands of people. It stretched for 3 blocks, and it was organized and it was unified. We do know the main clash, from what we've seen so far, of a few different instances where police today deployed tear gas, was when a group of about 100 protesters from that main group broke off and went onto an expressway, a highway here, and tried to shut it down. And police responded very quickly to that, deploying that tear gas and taking about 30 people into custody. Now, since then, it has been much quieter. That curfew that you mentioned was instituted at 6 o'clock tonight. People didn't necessarily all go home then, but here at City Hall, it's been calm for several hours now, and the most activity that we've been able to see from here was while all those officers were converging and relaxing, taking a break. We saw people marching a block away in the distance, but we could hear them singing church hymns, which was just, I can't understate the stark difference from what we're seeing today versus what we saw over the past several days. And it is jarring morning, Lindsay, to tell you the tension that's happening in this country right now, that it is strange to see officers relaxing. I think that speaks to the magnitude of what this country's been dealing with.
All right, Trevor, well said. Thank you so much for your live reporting. And these protests are unique, not just because of the size and scope, but because they're taking place in the middle of the worst pandemic any of us has ever witnessed. ABC's Steve Osunsami takes a closer look at protesting in the age of COVID-19.
Health authorities are warning people marching in American streets tonight that you probably should self-quarantine when you get home this evening.
We are really worried that this might be a trigger for more COVID infections.
These demonstrations could be an accelerant and provide the opportunity for there to be more cases.
The coronavirus, which is still spreading, is already hitting Black and brown communities hardest, and that's who's mostly in the streets. Atlanta's mayor is encouraging testing.
If you were out protesting last night, you probably need to go get a COVID test this week.
In these 15 states and Puerto Rico, the number of newly reported cases is increasing. Places like Tennessee, South Carolina, and California, where protests are quite large. In Los Angeles County, they've had to close or move coronavirus testing sites because of the chaos. Chicago and Philadelphia have had to shut down food banks that were helping people who the virus has put out of work.
Let's continue this conversation now and bring in Dr. Todd Ellerin, Chief of Infectious Diseases at South Shore Health and also an ABC News contributor. Dr. Ellerin, thanks so much for joining us tonight.
Hi, Lindsay.
How dangerous are crowds like what we've been seeing the past few days when it comes to COVID-19?
Yeah, so crowds and COVID-19 are a dangerous combination. I want you to think of these 4 categories as far as risk of spread of this virus. So people, place, time, and space. So when we're talking about people, large crowds being close together, that's very dangerous. And remember, a lot of these protesters are Black Americans, which makes sense, but their risk of dying from COVID-19 is more than twice that of whites. So we have to remember their healths are at risk, and then when they go home to their families and friends, they may be at risk of getting severe illness from this. And then you want to think of place. Now, the place is outdoors. That's a good thing. That's a mitigator. But then we have time and space. These protesters are spending hours shoulder to shoulder, face to face. That is going to propagate the virus, and there's a risk of spreading more of these COVID fires. Now, remember, many of the protesters are masked, but we're watching the crowds. Masking is uneven, and masking may not work as well when you have people yelling, spitting. The masks are really, it may not be able to hold on to those respiratory droplets, which may aerosolize when you yell.
Those are all very good points. And if you're set on joining one of these protests, what would you say is the best way to protect yourself? Some advice that you would give to somebody who says, this cause is important enough for me to be out there.
Okay, well, first of all, if you have chronic conditions or are elderly, you really have to think twice. It's safer to stay at home and figure out a safer way to protest. But if you are going to get out there, masking is very important, and I would even consider shields, like welder shields, that really protect the eyes as well, because the mask protects the nose and mouth, but not protecting the eyes. And if you get those infectious droplets into your eyes, that's a way that you could get infected. Hand hygiene is very important as well. Obviously, physical distancing is extremely important, but that's not really, with many of these crowds, that's not realistic.
And amid all of this, most states are starting to slowly reopen at this time. So where do things stand in the fight against COVID-19 in the country right now?
Well, the good news is that most states in the country, cases are declining, but some of that is predicated on how much we're testing. I think the key is we want to take our foot off the brake gradually and place our foot on the accelerator gradually. We can't go 0 to 60 quickly. Otherwise, we're just going to lead to another outbreak.
Dr. Todd Ellerin, thank you so much for your time. These protests certainly aren't the first this nation has seen over racism and police brutality in America, but they are some of the largest and most urgent. And joining us now to talk about the state of race in America today is author and Georgetown professor Michael Eric Dyson. Michael, thanks so much for talking with us.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Great to be here.
So what we're all witnessing right now is tantamount to the level of unrest when Martin Luther King Jr. was killed. Why do you think that this specific incident, George Floyd's death, was such a tipping point?
Well, black people looked at him and said, that could have been me. They were easily identifying with him. A knee on the neck is metaphoric for the knee that white America has too often had on the necks of black people. And begging for his mother. How intimate is that for black people? That struck a nerve in black America in a way that has unleashed tons of fury that have been compressed over the years. It was just enough. It was a tipping point that sent black people over the edges, and it continues to unfold in the streets of America even today.
I just want to acknowledge we have a little bit of breakup on the line with you, but this is an important conversation to have, so we want to continue it. In your 2017 book, The Tears We Cannot Stop, you wrote that white people should participate in marches, rallies, and community meetings to engage in the struggle for racial justice. And I was thinking about it in terms of the coronavirus. You know, people are quick to say we're all in this together, but when it comes to racial inequality, that kind of mantra doesn't seem to resonate in quite the same way. What does it take to get people who don't see themselves as stakeholders in this movement of racial equality to put some skin in the game, so to speak?
Yeah, well, some skin in the game is exactly what we need. But the moment it was announced that this was a black disease, that it was disproportionately affecting African-American people, you saw the rise of a kind of white intolerance and impatience that led them armed to storm the state houses and capitals of this nation, insisting that it was wrong to keep them held back. So there was no sense of partnership. There was no sense of common stakeholding. There was no sense of citizenship, e pluribus unum out of many one. And what we have to understand is that if they don't see that in regard to a pandemic like COVID-19, they're not going to see it in terms of a pandemic like COVID-16-19, like the racial fury that has been unleashed on this country 400 and some years ago. And so what we have to say is that America must deal with its racist past that continues to infect and affect its racist present, and people of goodwill who are white have to speak up. I'm convinced there are many more people of goodwill than bad, but they are not as vociferous and as loud and as vocal as those who repudiate the claims of civic democracy for African-American people. And until white people can join in fully, now we see some of that on the streets, but we don't need that kind of allyship where, you know, white folk are breaking into stores and stuff, and then black people still bear the burden because of disproportionate concentration on African-American criminals. What we need is white people to riot at work. Do it with the CEOs of companies. Do it with, you know, your institutions of American society, the redistribution of wealth. Do it with the kinds of educational opportunities that should occur. So there are ways in which white allies can open up spaces and open up doors that permit African-American people to flourish. That's the kind of stakeholding we'll need if this thing is to turn around. COVID-19 is very clever, and for those who are unaware, obviously giving a nod to 401 years ago when the first slave ship came ashore to this country. In an essay posted on Medium today, former President Barack Obama said the more specific we can make demands for criminal justice and police reform, the harder it will be for elected officials to just offer lip service to the cause. What actionable demands can protesters be making of their elected officials? I mean, give us a top 3 list. Deal with criminal justice reform, talk about prosecutors who must be held to account when it comes to holding the police to account. Too often the police and prosecutors are working together, they're in bed with each other, and one, that is the prosecutor, is loath to hold the other, that is the police person, accountable. Number 2, we need to have community policing. We need to have oversight of policing as well. It's a two-pronged thing. And thirdly, we've got to figure out the division of labor. Police people should not be sent to handle, I don't know, mentally ill people that they end up killing, especially when they're African-American. We've got to find a way in which to defund certain police departments and then put the cash toward those areas of social service that are devoted to helping, people who are vulnerable instead of being treated to the police. Turn to our African-American and Latinx brothers and sisters who are of the cloth, so to speak, of the badge and the baton, and find out from them how to handle these matters. Many more things to be done, but that's the list I'd begin with. And just one more, because you kind of touched on this a little bit. This started out as a George
Floyd issue. It was the lighter fluid, if you will. But let's talk about what was already smoldering beneath the surface. Some say for decades, but I think it's probably safe to say for centuries, and the broader implications for this now. Because even if those 3 officers are arrested at this point, does that stop the protest, or has this now widened out to be more than just criminal justice, but about systemic racism?
Yes, I think you're absolutely right in your eloquent summary there. It is about systematic and systemic racism. It's about structural inequalities, the things that are deeply entrenched into the system itself. You don't have to have anybody standing over you. You don't have to have a white intending person or an intentional racism operating there. It's a kind of deus ex machina, a ghost in the machine. And the ghost of the machine, this case, is bigotry and prejudice and violence toward African-American people. But it doesn't have to be an individual desire expressed. It is the system itself producing inequality. And as a result of that, these structural and systemic features suggest that this protest now is not simply about the death of George Floyd. It's about the death of American democracy, decency, and humanity. And it's about the way in which Black people continue to be the victims of thuggishness from an American president and from a government that is grossly insensitive and not empathetic at all to our plight and our predicament.
Michael Eric Dyson, always a pleasure to talk to you. Thanks so much for your time.
Ms. Davis, it's always great to speak to you.
And before we go tonight, our image of the day. Last week, Sean Dromgoole posted on Facebook and the Nextdoor app he was afraid to take a walk in his neighborhood because of violent incidents against Black men like George Floyd. Well, more than 150 strangers offered to walk with him because of that post. Sean asked them to meet in a restaurant parking lot to take a walk together, and they did. It was such a success that he plans to invite his neighbors on another walk later this week. And that is our show for tonight. Stay tuned to ABC News Live for more context and analysis of the day's top stories. I'm Lindsay Davis. Thanks so much for streaming with us. We leave you now with an image of the Empire State Building, lights out, to recognize the death of George Floyd and to end an urge to damage this city.
Area and made their way into the Hollywood area. You can see it's about 100 deep, maybe 150 people, and LAPD is monitoring their movements, but not doing a whole lot to corral them. They are mixing in with traffic. They are violating the curfew, but they are marching relatively peacefully, especially compared to some of the others that we've seen today. Again, you can see them holding signs, chanting, and marching slowly up Highland Avenue. David?
All right, Chris, well, thank you very much. Protests in Orange County, some people still out despite this curfew as well.
Eyewitness News reporter Leanne Suter is live in Anaheim with a look at what's happening there. Leanne?
David and Colleen, the threat authorities now just ordering everyone to disperse, ordering the crowd to leave the area here now that they are more than an hour past curfew. That started at 6 o'clock here in Anaheim. Take a live look over my shoulder here. You can see what we have going on. So this started out as a very peaceful protest, a very large group. It ended up splintering into several smaller factions as they started marching through Anaheim here. Right now, we had a bit of a tense situation a couple of moments ago as there were several folks in cars that were in a standoff with police, authorities trying to get those inside the vehicles to turn around. They finally did get them to move after firing several rounds, non-lethal rounds at the vehicles. You can see the authorities continuing to back up. We have a small group of protesters that are here. Several of them we saw went running off in another direction. Again, though, still relatively peaceful, no signs of any problems, but we did hear authorities order the group to leave or risk being arrested as they are violating the curfew order here in Anaheim. But take a look at what this looked like a short time ago when this all began around 5 o'clock today in front of City Hall. There are hundreds turning out. Officials say probably more than 700 protesters gathered together to make their voices heard here in Anaheim. Many here in support of George Floyd, demanding justice for all. It remained very peaceful. The group then marching down the streets of Anaheim here before they kind of splintered out when things kind of took a different turn. Those who turned out, though, say that they are here because they say it is time for real change.
I have 2 children, and if the narrative continues, then I'm gonna lose my son or I'm gonna lose my daughter if I don't lose my life myself. So what I teach my kids is the fact, I teach a big importance on education, a culture of who we are, who we were, and what we strive to be.
I feel like there has been so much injustice, and I want to be here and support and be there for whatever they need. I want to hopefully provide whatever I can as far as signs and material goes, and just show up.
Authorities, again, right now, Live Look just issuing an order to disperse, warning them that they will need to leave the area or else that they will need to leave or else they'll risk being arrested. Again, you can see all of the police in a lineup here around the police station. That's what they are guarding. Now over here we have, come here. Bill, come here. Come on over here. Over here we have a couple of folks setting off fireworks. We're also having just a bit of a situation with one of the folks here. We'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, I know you're dealing with a situation, so thank you, Leanne. Be careful. All right, we're going to get off of that, and we want to take you to Hollywood, where something is brewing here on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. You see the stars there on the sidewalk, but also a looted storefront, and you see some National Guard out there. Chris Christie is watching what's happening here. Chris?
Hey there, David. A bunch of stragglers from a separate protest that we were talking about earlier in the afternoon near Sunset broke off and were about to be arrested when they managed to actually escape an LAPD skirmish line. They went running through the streets of LA, now running down the Hollywood Walk of Fame, where they've encountered a number of National Guardsmen guarding a looted business. You can see clearly this business has been ransacked, that plywood on the ground there, the glass broken, and the National Guard on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. A striking visual here after coming face to face with a number of unruly protesters. They were basically chased away by those National Guardsmen. They continued running down the street. They're not very organized. They've kind of splintered off, running around, not sure what their intentions are, but they are now clearly in violation of curfew and acting much more aggressive. Guys?
All right, Chris, thank you. Things seem to be starting to happen now in the negative standpoint, and we're also seeing protests today in the Inland Empire, where many gathered together in Riverside.
Yeah, Inland Empire Bureau Chief Rob McMillan is there now live with the very latest. Rob?
Well, at its peak, the crowd was about 4,000 people. Most of the people have left, but there is a very small, solid group of folks. A couple of intersections down the way, and Riverside PD is about to give out a dispersal order. Let's go to some video that we shot as this whole thing really grew right around the 4 o'clock hour. Again, at its peak, about 4,000 people gathered here in the city of Riverside. Many of them very, very peaceful and very loud, though, and a very large march through the streets of Riverside. It would appear for quite some time that the Riverside Police Department gave them quite a bit of space. They were allowed to walk up and down streets, block intersections, and protest very peacefully. Again, loudly, and there was a lot of profanity. Again, a lot of hurt and a lot of anger in this crowd, but for the most part, it was very, very peaceful. Most of the people broke up, or I should say most of the protest has broken up after the curfew went into effect over an hour ago, and now some fireworks go off. Let's check out what's going now. You can see some smoke going off there. I think that's because someone was let loose with a fire extinguisher. We're starting to hear fireworks. We're starting to see some small demonstrations of tagging. There was a report that a CVS got looted earlier, although that's not entirely correct. I talked to Riverside Police, and they say a bunch of guys ran in there. There was a broken window. It looks like they were trying to get out with some stuff, but police moved in and broke it up in time. So the crowd is starting to get more edgy at this point, although most everyone has left. Police about to give a dispersal order farther downtown in Riverside. Live in Riverside, Rob McMillan, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
All right, yes, Rob, thank you. As we've been seeing throughout the area, tensions are escalating, and we know this is a very complicated issue, and we want to give you a chance to make your voice heard. Head to abc7.com and tell us why you protest. You can upload a video or a picture or write us a paragraph. We hope to share some of your responses on the air and online.
In the midst of all this, we are still dealing with the coronavirus pandemic.
Coming up, we're going to have the very latest updates from local officials as we continue to push towards reopening the economy.
And the autopsy report on the death of George Floyd is released, and we have the details.
Hi there, I'm Danny Romero. Sunset over Southern California, but will we see some hotter temps? I'll show you that forecast coming up in just a bit.
And changing so fast. And that's why we're here for you. The answers you need, the information you want. We will get through this together.
Streaming everywhere at 4 p.m. and 8 p.m. Eastern. Friday nights, 9/8 Central. True crime, cinematic, real-life drama, stunning, the unthinkable. Follow the clues. The Hunt. True crime. 2020. Friday nights, 9/8 Central on ABC.
The world may feel out of your control, but your happiness doesn't have to be. Learn the secrets to happiness. Listen to the 10% Happier podcast, free on Apple Podcasts.
ABC News honored winner of 4 Edward R. Murrow Awards, including the most prestigious honor, Overall Excellence in Television. ABC News, America's #1 news choice.
This is what being live is all about. This is ABC News Live, the 24/7 streaming news source from ABC News. Breaking news, live events, streaming nonstop. Original breakthrough storytelling from ABC News, National Geographic, ESPN, and it's all designed differently for you to stream straight to any screen whenever you want.
ABC News Live.
Streaming everywhere, right to you.
ABC News Live. It's that easy to go there.
Good morning, sunshine. Good morning. Good morning. Oh, I'm grateful you woke up this morning.
Good morning, sunshine.
Good morning, sunshine. We've been waiting for you. Say good morning. Good morning, sunshine. America. Say good morning. I want you to wake me up.
ABC News, America's #1 news source. Straightforward news, straight to the heart of the story. ABC News, straightforward. Right now, how do you make sense of it all?
If you're like me, searching the internet all day and going through social media, it can be terrifying, and that's why we're here.
Now streaming on ABC News Live. One place, here for you, with the good information you need.
How do you help your family, your kids, your friends deal with all of this?
Answering all your questions.
We are all in this together, and we're going to get through this together.
Pandemic, what you need to know. Streaming everywhere on ABC News Live at 4 p.m. and 8 p.m. Eastern.
Strict social distancing guidelines. Bars and restaurants can only operate outdoors on patios and serve a max of 50 people at a time. Reservations will be required, but some businesses that were going to open are deciding not to now because of the death of George Floyd.
We've gotten a bunch of reservations for people who were going to come down, but, you know, given the week we've had in this town, the loss of George's life, it just didn't feel right to try and open.
And a lot are feeling that way. As for salons and barbershops, they can operate at 25% capacity, and masks will be required for employees and customers.
Mall of America was planning to reopen today, but it is postponing that for now. Because of the weekend and last week of unrest, MOA will announce a new reopening date very soon. And Target says a handful of its stores across the country will be closed until further notice, and 2 of them are in Minnesota. The store that was destroyed on Lake Street and another store not far away in Uptown. Looters stormed the Lake Street location last week. This during violence that was going on in demonstrations. Target hopes to reopen this location by the end of the year. That's the goal they've set. They've also closed stores near the unrest in Oakland, Atlanta, Chicago, and in Philadelphia.
Rin Claire tracking our forecast again for us, and definitely just a summer night out there.
It certainly is.
Feels like summer. Very hot, I think.
Yes, hot and humid.
The humidity just
exactly
thick.
Tomorrow, that humidity or those higher dew points are going to help to feed some of the storms that we'll have later in the day. Right now, we are in the mid to low 80s, but we got into the low 90s here today, even 97 degrees in Wilmer. So a very toasty start to the month of June for us. Right now, again, we're at 83. Dew points pretty high. This is muggy, kind of sticky out there. It's going to be even more humid tomorrow, and we're back into the low 90s. So it's going to feel more so like the mid 90s. A couple showers and a few storms that have touched off a couple severe thunderstorm warnings to our north towards Itasca County. These are tracking due east and will stay to our north. They're losing steam right now as well. As we head into tonight, we're going to be quiet, but tomorrow is a severe weather risk day for us, and that is looking likely. So isolated severe storms as you head farther northward of the Twin Cities. Most of the Twin Cities metro is in either the slight category or enhanced. And the difference there is that instead of just scattered severe storms, which are possible in this yellow region, we're looking at more widespread as you head south of 94. Also, we have the risk for, in addition to large hail and gusty winds, a few tornadoes. And that's looking to be more likely again as you head south of 94. So it's going to be an active day for us. The morning looks to be quiet though. So tomorrow morning, it's going to be warm, muggy for us. Temperatures are going to be in the low 70s even at sunrise. And as we head through the morning hours, we're mostly sunny. It's going to start out pretty quiet. But towards the afternoon, we start to see those storms fire up to our west. And at first, they're going to track due eastward, but eventually they take more of a east-southeasterly track. And again, that's where you're going to see those stronger storms south of 94. So here's about 3 p.m. Again, you can see those storms firing up. I'd be ready for severe weather even about by 2 o'clock for the metro, but don't be surprised if you're not seeing much until closer to 4. And then once we're in it, we're going to have a couple hours of those storms moving through severe weather, mainly before midnight tomorrow. So tonight we're in the low 70s, mostly clear. It is warm. Winds are not that breezy. Tomorrow we're back into the low 90s. It's going to feel hotter than that, so you're going to want to limit time outdoors for you and your pets with those heat indices in the mid to even upper 80s. So winds are light tomorrow. We have that likely chance for severe storms, especially late afternoon into tomorrow evening. So we'll keep you posted with that severe weather as we head into tomorrow night. Wednesday's quieter for us. It's also not as humid, but it is still hot. Temperatures into Thursday are still in the upper 80s as well. We have storm chances Thursday and Friday, but we are not really looking at any sort of washout any given day this week. Guys?
Thank you so much, Rin. Still ahead, the concerns some North Minneapolis residents are sharing about their safety following the riots right there in their communities. And later, the group making sure people still have access to the essentials after they lost their neighborhood stores.
We are strong and we'll get through this together, but these are stressful times. Reach out to
someone. We'll try to get some information for you, Chris, because I know you're up there and it's tough for you to get all the info. But if there is an officer down, we need to kind of get to the bottom of that. So I'll try to get some information for you there. And if I hear anything, I'll let you know. I'm concerned maybe something's going on inside that building that might be more than what we're seeing.
Well, earlier we saw as they prepared to take some of these people into custody, they managed to blow right through a skirmish line of LAPD officers and went running right through apartment buildings, right into apartment buildings. And so that is very concerning, especially considering one of the primary missions here is to not only protect life, but to protect private property and to prevent these looters and criminals from getting into residential neighborhoods. There seems to have been a tactic in the last several days to
they're setting up a stack
some
here.
Of the looting at commercial businesses. I'm sorry, go ahead.
They're setting up a stack here. They're going in. So something's going on inside this building, and I wonder if that's where the officer is down. They have a legitimate stack going on.
Yeah, in a formation.
Yeah, they clearly saw a whole bunch of looters running into that building, and they're, entering that building with a full strike team.
And we need to point out, you see another screen here on your left-hand side. Those are some protesters, from what we understand, that are being arrested. This is Veronica Miracle's camera right now. She just reported from Hollywood. So as promised, protesters would be arrested if they're out after curfew. That might be what's going on here. But when we have the opportunity, we'll go to Veronica. But we're very concerned about what's happening here on the right-hand side, with that group of police officers getting into a formation and then going in. And I'm wondering if there's an officer that might need help inside of there, or there just might be a lot of people that need to be apprehended inside of there.
Well, and these are loft, I guess, units, and you see several of the residents kind of on their balconies looking out, somebody up on the top floor looking around. So it's a tense situation for any of those residents inside that building when you think about you're supposed to be inside and you have a curfew, and think that maybe there, yeah.
Look at this.
National Guard has somebody down there.
National Guard with somebody proned out right behind that building.
Okay, so
looks like they managed to catch one of them, somebody coming out of the back of the building, and I wonder if some of those other officers maybe have gone through the building as well. It's a rather large building. It's the Cosmo Lofts is what we're looking at here, right along Cosmo Street, south of Hollywood Boulevard, is where this is all playing out. That's Cahuenga there. And a dramatic scene indeed. You can see LAPD officers surrounding this neighborhood as they have been, because this is where the center of that protest originally started. And there were several skirmish lines just a few blocks away from here. That's where these officers are coming from, especially after the National Guard called, I think verbally screamed for LAPD regarding these looters.
Yeah, and obviously we're going to stay looking at these images from you, Chris. We're going to take a quick commercial break, but again, we do know the National Guard, they are here to support the LAPD and all the other jurisdictions in the community, so maybe they're waiting for them to arrive. But stay with us. We will have more live coverage at the end of the break.
The answers you need, the information you want. We will get through this together.
Streaming everywhere at 4 p.m. and 8 p.m. Eastern. Friday nights, 9/8 Central. True crime, cinematic, real-life drama, stunning, the unthinkable. Follow the clues. The Hunt. True Crime 2020. Friday nights, 9/8 Central on ABC.
The world may feel out of your control, but your happiness doesn't have to be. Learn the secrets to happiness. Listen to the 10% Happier podcast, free on Apple Podcasts.
ABC News honored winner of 4 Edward R. Murrow Awards, including the most prestigious honor, Overall Excellence in Television. ABC News, America's #1 news choice.
This is what being live is all about. This is ABC News Live, the 24/7 streaming news source from ABC News. Breaking news, live events, streaming nonstop. Original breakthrough storytelling from ABC News, National Geographic, ESPN, and it's all designed differently for you to stream straight to any screen whenever you want.
ABC News Live.
Streaming everywhere, right to you.
ABC News Live. It's that easy to go there.
Good morning, sunshine.
Good morning. Good morning. Oh, I'm grateful you woke up this morning.
Good morning, sunshine.
Good morning, sunshine. We've been waiting for you. Say good morning. Good morning, sunshine. In America. Say good morning. I want you to wake me up.
Another week in America, a country facing a new test now.
Wuhan airport, almost no one here.
The last flight out of Rome.
This is the nursing home just outside Seattle. Dozens of people were just rushed off this cruise ship.
This is ground zero.
It is shut down.
Another ambulance just pulled out.
Now they're headed to the hospital.
Time is of the essence.
You can see the ship behind me.
This is the first time tests have been done here.
Morning, afternoon, evening, late night, 24/7. ABC News, there for you. Friday nights, 9/8 Central. True crime, cinematic, real-life drama, stunning, the unthinkable. Follow the clues. The Hunt. True Crime 2020. Friday nights, 9/8 Central on ABC.
This is ABC World News Tonight with David Muir.
Good evening, and it's great to have you with us here on a Monday night. And we begin tonight with the president speaking at the White House just moments ago, amid word tonight that active duty Army military police units from Fort Bragg, North Carolina, are getting ready to be in the Washington, D.C. area tonight. The National Guard, of course, already there. And of course, this all comes after a weekend of pain and cries for justice. But of course, some of those demonstrations did take a violent turn, largely after nightfall, some of it right in front of the White House, protesting the death of George Floyd. ABC News now confirming that at one point this weekend, the president was brought to a bunker moments ago, then telling the nation he is the law and order president, that he's also an ally of peaceful protesters. Military vehicles carrying National Guard troops already pulling up outside the White House overnight. The flashpoints across this country again. 5 police cars set on fire. These pictures from Grand Rapids, Michigan. And this is what came close to home for the president. Police in riot gear using tear gas on protesters right across from the White House. Police and protesters have been injured, of course, in these clashes. Among the arrests across the country, 3 people in New York City accused of throwing Molotov cocktails at police cars with officers inside. 2 of those arrested are lawyers. Tonight, 2 officers have been fired in Atlanta after this scene. 2 college students in their car, those officers dragging them out using a stun gun. And tonight, in addition to hearing what the president said moments ago, you will hear the conversation between President Trump and the nation's governors today on the phone. The president accusing them of being weak, telling them to dominate the protesters. One governor telling the president, your words, your rhetoric, not helping. And so we begin with our chief White House correspondent, Jonathan Karl, tonight.
Tonight, as military trucks rolled down Pennsylvania Avenue in front of the White House, President Trump addressed the nation from the Rose Garden after more than 24 hours out of public view.
I am your president of law and order and an ally of all peaceful protesters. But in recent days, our nation has been gripped by professional anarchists, violent mobs, arsonists, looters, criminals, rioters, Antifa, and others. A number of state and local governments have failed to take necessary action to safeguard their residents.
Minutes before the president spoke, military police descended on a crowd of peaceful protesters gathered near the White House, firing flashbang and tear gas into the crowd. Shortly after the president spoke, he walked through that area for a photo op in front of St. John's Church, part of which was set on fire last night. He then held up a Bible and summoned some of his top aides, all of them white, to pose for a picture. It came hours after the president unloaded in a conference call with governors of both parties. He urged them to, quote, dominate violent protesters and rioters.
We're strongly looking for arrests. You have to get much tougher. You're going to get overridden. You have to dominate. If you don't dominate, you're wasting your time. They're going to run over you. You're going to look like a bunch of jerks. You have to dominate. And you have to arrest people, and you have to try people. And they have to go to jail for long periods of time.
On the call, the Secretary of Defense described America's cities as a, quote, battle space.
The sooner that you mass and dominate the battle space, the quicker this dissipates.
His voice rising, the president told the governors flat out, most of you are weak, blaming them for letting the violence spiral out of control.
It was incredible what happened in the state of Minnesota. They were a laughing stock all over the world. Never seen anything like it, and the whole world was laughing.
On the call, Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker took the president to task over his rhetoric.
I've been extraordinarily concerned about the rhetoric that's been used by you. It's been inflammatory, and it's not okay for that officer to choke George Floyd to death. We called out our National Guard and our state police, but the rhetoric that's coming out of the White House is making it worse. People are feeling real pain out there. Okay, well, thank you very much, JB. I don't like your rhetoric much either because I watched it with respect to the coronavirus, and I don't like your rhetoric much either.
The president and that very tense phone call with governors today, the president saying it's a war in a sense. Let's get right back to John. John, tonight at least one Republican governor pushing back on what the president said on that call today.
David, Charlie Baker, the Republican governor of Massachusetts, having some harsh words about what the president said. He said, and I want to quote this, I should be surprised when I hear incendiary words like this from him, but I'm not. At so many times during these last several weeks, when the country needed compassion and leadership the most, it was simply nowhere to be found. Instead, we got bitterness, combativeness, and self-interest. And he went on to say that is not what Massachusetts needs, and it's not what we need across this great country of ours. David?
All right, John Karl leading us off with the late developments. John, thank you. Meantime, in Minneapolis tonight, the brother of George Floyd with an emotional plea saying, stop the violence. What George Floyd's family is asking for instead tonight, just as the medical examiner now releases results of the autopsy a short time ago. ABC's Alex Perez again tonight from Minneapolis.
Tonight, with a nation on the brink looking on, George Floyd's grief-stricken younger brother Terrence coming to the site of the tragedy.
Come on.
His knees buckling as he approaches the makeshift memorial. Then the anguish on the spot where his brother took his last breath. Then dropping to the street, tearfully speaking to him.
I need you to watch over me. I know you got me. Right. Off first. Right. I know what you want.
Terrence turning to those around him for strength, then passionately addressing the crowd, demanding the violence stop.
I understand y'all upset, but like it was already said, I doubt y'all half as upset as I am. So if I'm not over here wilding out, if I'm not over here blowing up stuff, if I'm not over here messing up my community, then what are y'all doing? What are y'all doing? Y'all doing nothing. Because that's not gonna bring my brother back at all. My family is a peaceful family. My family is God-fearing.
Encouraging people to make their voice matter and vote.
Not just vote for the president, vote for the preliminaries, vote for everybody. Educate yourself. It's a lot of us. And we still gonna do this peacefully.
The younger Floyd pressing for people to keep protesting. He wants anger, he says, but anger that can make change. He also wants those 3 other officers who were involved to be charged with murder.
Peace on the left.
The Minneapolis Police Chief Medaria Arredondo last night addressing Floyd's family directly on live TV, calling those officers complicit.
Being silent or not intervening, to me, you're complicit. So I don't see a level of distinction any different. Mr. Floyd died in our hands, and so I see that as being complicit.
Former Officer Derek Chauvin under suicide watch and charged with 3rd-degree murder, seen in that horrific video. The Floyd family attorney releasing an independent autopsy claiming his death was a homicide from asphyxia. Just moments ago, the medical examiner releasing their autopsy, also ruling it a homicide, saying Floyd died of a heart attack complicated by law enforcement restraint and neck compression. The state's attorney general now leading the case, vowing to charge others responsible, yet warning convictions might be a challenge.
But that doesn't mean that when we get to a courtroom that it's going to be some sort of easy slam dunk. History proves that it isn't.
Terrence then leading a rousing tribute to the crowd.
What's his name? George Floyd! What's his name? George Floyd!
Before leaving, seeking out a white protester in order to show a powerful moment of unity.
And after 2 relatively peaceful days here, the governor has announced they will begin scaling back the National Guardsmen that were mobilized here starting today. David?
Alex Perez, we see the memorial. We can hear the demonstrators not far from you. Alex, thank you. Protests already tonight underway in New York, Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, Denver, and elsewhere in this country. And here in New York City tonight, where tension has been growing in the overnight hours for several days now, there is now a curfew in place at 11 p.m. tonight. The NYPD is now doubling its force. Again tonight, Stephanie Ramos here in New York.
Tonight, protesters filling the streets of New York as the city announces a new curfew at 11 o'clock. After a night of looting, the number of police officers doubled. For days, though, thousands have peacefully protested in 140 cities over the death of George Floyd. But this weekend, rage and pain in America. From coast to coast, a weekend of violent clashes. Police unloading pepper spray on protesters at close range in Portland, Oregon. Using tear gas to hold back crowds in North Carolina. Demonstrations turning violent. Others taking advantage of the chaos, looting in major cities like Boston and Philadelphia. In the nation's capital, smoke seen near the White House. Police firing tear gas as people set cars and buildings on fire. The National Guard activated in 25 states and Washington, D.C. But despite the flashes of violence and destruction, demonstrators determined to stay focused and have their message heard.
It should be peace. Come in peace. Say what you have to do. Say what you have to say. Black Lives Matter. That's the message. Period. That's it. Look at us. Peaceful. That's all. Just hear us.
George Floyd!
I can't watch no more of this. I'm sorry, but like, if I see one more name of another brother dead, like, I'm gonna lose it. Like, I'm really gonna lose my mind.
Demonstrators shutting down the Manhattan Bridge, holding a moment of silence in Times Square for George Floyd.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
Oh my gosh.
A giant.
Oh my gosh.
This is very dangerous.
Oh my gosh.
Today, new details about those terrifying moments on a Minneapolis bridge when a tanker truck came barreling toward a crowd. Officials say the driver likely panicked. He told the governor the crowd moved in to help him. For protesters in Boston, another close call as an SUV rammed into people.
Several people just got run over by a car. The front windshield was shattered.
And an investigation now underway after an NYPD patrol car drove into a crowd behind a barricade. The police commissioner saying at times his officers also came under attack.
It's a very difficult situation without a good ending either way. That is on the heels of Molotov cocktails being thrown at police officers.
Amid calls to end police brutality, disturbing scenes unfolding. This one in Seattle, an officer using his knee to pin down a protester until his fellow officer pushes it away. Police in Atlanta firing the two officers seen smashing the windows of this car, tasing the college students inside, then violently dragging them out. And in New York, outrage over the use of force. This woman taken to the hospital after being shoved to the ground. The mayor calling for another officer who pulled a gun on a group of protesters to be fired.
Any officer who should not be wearing that uniform needs to get off this force.
And David, police here in New York City believe there are a number of outside groups that are infiltrating peaceful protests. And I can tell you, just a few moments ago, things were really tense here with demonstrators facing off with NYPD officers, demanding they take a knee and demanding justice. David.
Stephanie Ramos with the scene right behind her, the protests here in New York tonight. Stephanie, thank you. Now to the state of emergency in Los Angeles tonight. Curfews are back in place there as well, as we now learn new information about some of the people in those crowds taking advantage of this moment. Here's ABC's Matt Gutman now.
Tonight, L.A. under curfew, shut down and boarded up. For days, protesters marching into the symbols of the city's affluence, places like Beverly Hills, squaring off against police in mostly peaceful protests from L.A.'s City Hall, secured by the National Guard, to the heart of Santa Monica.
What you're seeing right now is police squeezing the protesters. They've actually surrounded us. They're coming in from all angles.
And when that didn't work, tear gas. And on the fringes of the protests, we saw looting. Despite a countywide curfew, protesters leaving the supermarket ransacked, trying to stuff that widescreen into a sedan.
Another store looted, people going in, people coming out with arms full of goods, and police nowhere in sight.
In Long Beach, they were right there as looters burst through the boarded-up windows of that retailer. In Santa Monica, as night fell, police teams finally arriving, zip-tying dozens suspected of looting or violating curfews.
There are opportunists who are tracking where peaceful protests are occurring, and they are then going to that city.
But the mayhem not drowning out the message.
It is about George Floyd dying, but the microcosm is that America has its knee on the minorities' necks every single day.
And David, still an active but peaceful situation here. Over 1,500 people, however, have been arrested in Los Angeles over the past 48 hours or so. And that curfew, like in so many other cities, extended here in the county to the end of the week. David.
Again, the live pictures right there from Los Angeles tonight. Matt, thanks to you as well.
Every day, every hour, things are moving and changing so fast. And that's why we're here for you. The answers you need, the information you want. We will get through this together.
Streaming everywhere at 4 p.m. and 8 p.m. Eastern. Friday nights, 9/8 Central. True crime, cinematic, real-life drama, stunning, the unthinkable. Follow the clues. The Hunt. True Crime. 2020. Friday nights, 9/8 Central on ABC.
The world may feel out of your control, but your happiness doesn't have to be. Learn the secrets to happiness. Listen to the 10% Happier podcast, free on Apple Podcasts.
ABC News honored winner of 4 Edward R. Murrow Awards, including the most prestigious honor, Overall Excellence in Television. ABC News, America's #1 news choice.
This is what being live is all about. This is ABC News Live, the 24/7 streaming news source from ABC News. Breaking news, live events, streaming nonstop. Original breakthrough storytelling from ABC News, National Geographic, ESPN, and it's all designed differently for you to stream straight to any screen whenever you want.
ABC News Live.
Streaming everywhere, right to you. ABC News Live. It's that easy to go there.
Good morning, sunshine.
Good morning. Good morning. Oh, I'm grateful you woke up this morning.
Good morning, sunshine.
Good morning, sunshine. We've been waiting for you. Say good morning. Good morning, sunshine. In America. Say good morning. I want you to wake me up.
Another week in America, a country facing a new test now.
The Wuhan airport, almost no one here.
The last flight out of Rome.
This is the nursing home just outside Seattle. Dozens of people were just rushed off this cruise ship.
This is ground zero.
It is shut down.
Another ambulance just pulled out.
Now they're headed to the hospital.
Time is of the essence.
You can see the ship behind me.
This is the first time tests have been done here.
Morning, afternoon, evening, late night, 24/7. ABC News. There for you. Now, with so much on the line, ABC News, America's #1 news, is right there for you live on Hulu with stories of strength, stories of hope. Because now, when it matters most,
Hulu has live news.
Hulu has live news. Hulu has live news. And that news is ABC News. ABC News Live on Hulu.
ABC News Live on Hulu.
watch the news you need.
Thanks so much for streaming with us.
Streaming to all Hulu subscribers right now.
Thank you to the doctors, nurses, healthcare professionals,
and first responders.
Thank you to everyone keeping our supermarkets, pharmacies, gas stations running.
Thank you to all the essential workers for all that you do.
Thank you.
We thank you.
We thank you. We thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
For all you do.
And with every challenge, question, concern, we'll be here for you every day.
Every day.
Every day.
Because we will
get through this together.
ABC News, America's #1 news source. Straightforward news, straight to the heart of the story. ABC News, straightforward.
100 people. First hour of their food and product drive. They're giving away everything from food to diapers to fill the void that looting and fires have left in these neighborhoods.
They're needing over-the-counter medications. They're needing toothbrush, toothpaste, laundry soap.
Stephanie Michaels of St. Paul was one of the hundreds who had nowhere else to go.
Apartments that I live at, they had burnt down.
Grassroots efforts like these, a reminder that the buildings might be gone, but the sense of community here is not as easily destroyed.
A lot of people do care and support each other in the time of need.
Ellen Gallus, Eyewitness News on 45.
Last week, both Minneapolis and St. Paul public schools temporarily closed down their food pickup sites due to all this recent situation in the air, which created yet another food shortage. We checked with both districts today, and those food pickup sites are now back open, and we have more information on where you can go and how you can help on KSTP.com.
Meteorologist Ren Claire's advice is to keep an eye to the sky and your weather alerts tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, you know, it does look to be active, probably quite a bit more active, really. We haven't had a terribly numerous severe weather days, spring so far, and as we head towards the month of June, that does look to change. And I think we're well aware that those changes are on the way, given that temperatures got into the low 90s today, 17 degrees above our average highs. As you head farther westward, even close to 100 degrees in Wilmer. So that kind of is signifying some major changes. Even right now, we're about 15 degrees cooler than yesterday at this time. 83 degrees currently. Dew points are in the mid 60s. Overnight, we stay quiet, but it's going to be hot and it's going to be, or at least warm overnight and humid. Tomorrow, it will be hot and humid by the afternoon. A couple storm cells to our north towards Itasca County, tracking eastward at about 45 miles per hour. The biggest concerns here are gusty winds and the chance for 1 inch in diameter hail. As we head into tomorrow, we're looking at more widespread storms possible, likely really, across the Twin Cities metro. So the most likely area to see scattered severe storms and a few tornado warnings and potential tornadoes that reach the ground is really south of 94 in this orange region. As you head farther northward in the yellow banding here, we still have the likely chance for storms and scattered severe storms, but it doesn't look to be quite as numerous as what we'll see south of 94. And then headed into the green there, that diminishes even more. This is more isolated severe storms as you head into northern portions of the metro, headed towards Duluth. As we head into tomorrow, the timeline of this really is not going to be a morning situation. It's into the afternoon. So here's tomorrow morning. It's going to be warm, humid temperatures, even in the mid 70s by about 8, 9 o'clock. And then again, dew points are up there as well, so it will be sticky. As we head into your afternoon, those storms start to fire up to our west. They'll track farther eastward pretty much through most of the mid to late afternoon, but they do start to take a little bit of a southerly track into the evening hours. And then again, that is why south of 94, you're looking at
In times like these, the news-making events happen here. ABC News.
President Trump meeting face-to-face with one of the world's most brutal dictators, Kim Jong-un.
The president.
You trust him?
I do trust him, yeah. I think he trusts me, and I trust him.
Ivanka Trump.
I have to ask you about your emails. Your father had taken Hillary Clinton to task for this.
There just is no equivalency.
So the idea of lock her up doesn't apply to you?
No.
Comey.
How strange is it for you to sit here and compare the president to a mob boss?
Very strange.
Michelle Obama.
What do you wish you could tell your pre-White House self?
Melania Trump.
Do you think there's still people there that he can't trust?
Yes.
Still working now?
Yes.
Michael Cohen.
So he's still lying?
Yes.
It's a big statement.
And now, in a year with so much on the line, we're right there.
Good evening tonight from Washington. A very busy news night.
America's #1 news source, ABC News, straightforward.
We all need someone who'll pull no punches and give it to us straight. No bull, no spin. Now, imagine getting your news like that. Just give it to me straight. ABC News, straight.
Here took them into custody. One of them has a cut hand from the broken glass down there, as you see below. Medics are en route to take care of that, but it goes to show you LAPD is taking it very seriously here. They are cracking down on the looting that has been going on. Yeah, multiple field forces roaming all over the place, and they are moving very quickly. As soon as a call comes out, as soon as a citizen makes a call and says that there's looting going on, they are moving very quickly throughout the valley.
So interesting to think that the very person trying to cause damage and destruction to break in to a building is going to now need the services of the medics as they come to aid this person. That's what the medics do. That's what the paramedics do in the fire department. All right, so thank you very much, Kevin, for that thought. Dr. Drew, let's go back to you. You know, normally you'd be covering the coronavirus. Let me just ask you that question. Are you concerned about that?
Oh, yes. Oh,
yeah,
very seriously.
Okay.
So California, some new data came out just before the weekend, and California has remained stubbornly plateaued. It's really not gone down the way we suspected. I actually have this feeling that we closed so early that we left the population sort of unyet exposed, that other states had actually been willing to had them exposed. The fact is, all these people on top of each other with their mouths open, some with masks, but mostly not, touching each other shoulder to shoulder, there's going to be an uptick. There just has to be. How bad the uptick is remains to be seen. It's out of doors, so there is much less likely to be a transmission outside. It's in the sun, again, less likely. But the numbers of people and the magnitude, the kind of contact they're having, and the fact that we have been sort of stayed stubbornly plateaued here in California, I don't see how we don't get a little uptick here.
Because we talk so much, Dr. Drew, about outdoor transmission. I know you have expressed some doubt about whether outdoor transmission is really a thing. I guess we're about to get a real test of it, huh?
You're our test. This is science. We've been talking about science for a long time, but this will be science. I didn't say it wasn't a thing. I said out of 300 cases, outbreaks in China, they could only find one that occurred out of doors, and it was a 1-to-1 transmission rather than 1-to-3, as is typical of coronavirus. So as this occurs, it's not going to be super spreading, but you wonder how many of these folks are going to be asymptomatic, how many they're going to bring it home, how it's going to spread in the communities when they go back. That's the part we have to worry about.
Do you think that young people feel like perhaps they're not that worried about it? Because when we think of most of the fatalities and most of the concern, it's been elderly, nursing homes, people with some kind of medical condition that's pre-existing. Do you think
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay.
Absolutely. There's no doubt in my mind. Whenever in the past, let's call it reefer madness, whenever public health officials have overstressed a consequence from a behavior, reefer madness was the best example that I know of. We did the same thing during the HIV epidemic. We really overstated it. And when people sort of look at their actual risk and start thinking on their own, they look back and they go, wait a minute, I don't think I needed to be so scared. Maybe I didn't need to be locked down so long, and they get angry, and then they stop listening to everything. That's the risk. That's the problem.
And are you concerned also that maybe it feels like this thing is over because everybody's outside now, walking on the streets,
right.
And it just, you know, the feeling is symbolically like we don't have to worry about that anymore.
We've literally forgotten about it. It's like it went off in the past somewhere, but it's gonna come. This could have happened in other states, and we'll see how other states do, in fact. And I suspect other states are going to do better than we do. We just have a little stubborn problem right here, and we were just about to get it really locked down. I don't mean us being locked down. I mean, if we just worn masks and done our distancing and done it diligently, we would have been fine. We know that masks work. They work as well probably as lockdown, but there's a lot of people not following the rules right now.
You know, and not everybody is out there protesting. Many are at home. Most people are at home, especially with this going on. But even as we were about to open restaurants and go to hair salons and barbershops, people I know were still very cautious. They weren't trying to go out in droves in a mass way.
Well, but imagine now if there's not much of an uptick or we don't see much spreading from the result of this, people are going to become a little cavalier, aren't they? And this could be a squandered opportunity. That's my fear, is that the uptick causes us. I don't think we'll ever need to lock down again, because I was signed up for it, but I felt it was excessive. But we're going to be really, really careful going forward here.
Well, let's hope that there isn't this giant uptick after all of this. We've all worked so hard. It's cost us so much money.
I don't think giant uptick. I don't think it's going to be giant, but I think it's enough for people. It's going to get people's attention. I suspect, and that's unfortunate. Especially, I mean, think about what we were just giving businesses some hope, and then now they're shut down again for a completely different reason.
And I'm not thinking just of Southern
各位網友好啊，好對唔住，今朝咧出現咗少少嘅問題，所以唔可以同大家旁述同埋討論。現在技術咧解決咗啦，咁啊可以翻嚟同大家講述一下。先講講咧過去嗰個24小時發生咩事。嗰4位警察捉呢個黑人嘅 Justiceforfloyd 嘅咧。首先係第一個警察壓住佢條頸嘅咧，已經係琴日講咗係已經被起訴㗎啦。咁樣咧最新消息咧就其他3個警察咧都已經又係被起訴，但係睇落去咧，所有個民眾咧對呢個決定咧都唔係好滿意，因為最主要佢哋講咧呢件事情咧只不過係一個導火線。喺警隊入邊嗰個民風同埋一路咧都係對黑人嗰種歧視咧，喺社會實在太深啊！單而家告呢3個警察，而警方或者政府唔去改好佢哋嘅態度啊，或者處事方法咧，而家大眾嘅人群啊，或者多數嘅社會人都係不滿嘅。咁最主要咧，今日好多報道咧，琴日咧就係同呢個搶嘢啊、強搶啊有關嘅。咁今日咧多數嘅頻道啊，或者呢個新聞咧，就係關注翻咧呢個19病毒呢個問題，因為而家出嚟好多遊行示威嘅人咧都冇戴口罩。咁喺多區咧，尤其是喺呢個洛杉磯附近咧，有明顯嘅咧，就呢個病情咧係加深嘅。咁喺呢度仲要提提咧，就係經過數據嘅分析咧，而家美國咧黑人患咗呢個19病毒嘅機會咧，嗰個比例咧係多過白人嘅。不過喺呢度咧，我要喺醫學上解釋一下點解呢個情形。好多人係對呢件事咧好重視同埋不滿，但係站喺醫學嘅角度嚟睇咧，已經係證明咗一樣嘢咧，因為皮膚越黑嘅人，佢就越難咧喺陽光下邊製造維他命E 嘅，sorry，維他命 D， 即係你膚色越黑咧，你個維他命 D 咧就越少。你維他命 D 少的話咧，就係代表咧你呢個免疫嘅能力咧就越低嘅。所以而家咧由呢個遊行示威開始咧，社會種種嘅問題咧就慢慢咧就開始咧浮晒上嚟。所以已經唔係單單一個人死咗嘅問題，而係整個社會隱藏咗多年嘅問題，尤其是呢個種族歧視，根本喺呢幾百年嚟係有陸續嘅進步，但係都去唔到社會認為接受嘅階段。所以美國政府一定要想辦法將呢個問題解決㗎啦。好啦，喺呢度再呼籲一下，就係本頻道嘅初心，做呢個直播唔係要恥笑美國人，只不過呢，我想攞呢個頻道呢個畫面，俾多啲人、多啲觀眾能夠睇得到喺一個遊行示威裏邊，喺唔同嘅國家，佢哋究竟採取乜嘢措施呢？尤其是美國已經多次咧譴責香港所做嘅事情，所以咧呢個頻道嘅直播，希望大家能夠可以嘅分享多啲出去俾你嘅朋友，等佢哋能夠親眼分別一下香港呢年裏邊所發生嘅事，警察所遇對嘅問題同埋所做嘅方法。 究竟係咪好似黃絲所講中咁黑警呢？呢一點就要大家幫忙一下，等多啲人能夠睇到而家美國發生呢個遊行示威，政府又會點做呢？再補充一番呢，就係今日同琴日呢，呢個國民保護軍呢已經出動咗㗎啦。雖然呢一批呢唔係正規嘅專業軍隊，但係都係軍隊裏邊嘅一部分。所以大家係睇到啦，喺美國如果你遊行示威，政府係會出軍隊嘅。而香港警察喺呢一年裏邊啦孤軍作戰咗一年，佢哋的確真係好攰。希望大家喺呢度支持下佢哋。
And I want to underscore peacefully. In fact, Chief Moore talked about the fact that it wasn't that many years ago when there was a huge demonstration in downtown Los Angeles for women's rights, and people conducted themselves properly. I'm Laura Diaz reporting from Elysian Park. Now back to you.
Laura, they also pointed out and wanted to make this clear that this is not 1992. We think back to the LA riots. They wanted to talk also about the many changes that they feel, the progress that LA has made.
So true, Christine. Of course, you and I have been covering the news for many years. We know back in 1992, there were some great difficulties. There was distrust between the police department and people who lived in the inner city. There has been a huge push in the last decade or so to try to establish relationships. Community-based policing is what it's known as. And those relationships are ever so important, especially when times are tenuous. What you have to add in today, of course, is the virus and the fact that people have been displaced from their jobs, they've been isolated in their homes.
網友好，喺度我都要重新咧向一啲新嘅入嚟嘅網友咧解釋一下呢次美國呢個暴動嘅原因嘅。如果已經知道嘅朋友就最好啦。如果唔係嘅就沉氣一啲，但係都要講解一下嘅，令到多啲人知道一下究竟而家發生緊咩事。事故呢，就係上個星期一呢，有位黑人先生呢，叫 Justiceforfloyd， 佢就俾4名呢個白人警察拘捕。拘捕佢嘅原因呢，因為佢使用偽鈔嘅時值呢就$20美金。咁被拘捕後呢，呢個 Justiceforfloyd 先生呢，雙手背後戴上手扣。然之後咧就俾3名警察咧壓喺地上，其中1名警察咧就壓喺佢嗰個頸部咧，大概咧6分46秒。咁喺當中咧，呢位Justiceforfloyd 先生咧一路都係高叫緊咧，佢係唞唔到氣，唞唔到氣。咁之後咧昏迷送院，咁就不治。咁最初呢，就係好多人因為影到呢條片段就廣傳出去，就好多人認為呢喺警察所做嘅嘢呢係用咗過分嘅武力，亦加上佢哋認為覺得因為呢個係黑人，所以警察對佢呢係一種種族歧視。最初呢4位警察呢係咪冇遇到呢個起訴嘅？但係後嚟人民開始出嚟遊行示威抗議之後呢，就第1名壓喺佢頸部嘅警察呢，就係被控嘅。咁佢被控嘅罪名呢，就係3級謀殺或者誤殺。咁最新嘅消息，琴日呢就話其他3名警察呢都被起訴。咁至於起訴係咩罪名呢？暫時就未清楚。咁經過連日嚟嘅暴動啊、騷亂啊，各方面警察就算示威者各方面呢都開始有死傷㗎啦。咁死傷人數呢，暫時我仲未喺手上，一有呢我再通知大家。喺最高峰嘅時候呢，示威嘅城市啊多達30幾個嘅。咁再加上呢，今日睇落去呢個重點地方舉行呢個遊行示威呢，應該都係喺洛杉磯周圍㗎啦。咁因為咧喺洛杉磯92年已經發生過一次同樣針對呢個種族歧視嘅大暴動。 咁當時咧就呢個國民守護軍咧係有出動嘅，但係當年92年咧佢哋係有開槍，咁咧就係射死過一個人，同埋傷害過好多個人，所以呢一次咧呢個國民守護軍出嚟咧，佢哋主要嘅工作都唔敢喺前線咧面對呢啲示威者，佢哋最主要工作咧而家只係一個協助警察，駐守一啲重要嘅地方，或者咧係幫警察咧疏通人群。所以目前到而家呢個形勢就係咁樣，同埋有一點呢喺呢度一定要同大家講得清清楚楚嘅呢，就係呢次呢個遊行示威唔係單單呢因為一位黑人被殺而引致嘅，而係美國喺多年以嚟就可以數翻喺400年前開始第一批黑人被英國人由非洲買到去美國做奴隸，開始呢個種族歧視。到咗而家400年後，其實根本喺大致上係冇改變過，只不過係個社會係融合咗一啲，但係好多美國嘅黑人呢，依然係屬於一種低收入家庭嘅一群。咁加上呢呢個疫情呢，美國已經係好多人呢係無法再可以就業，所以就見到好多人呢出嚟強搶嘅。好啦，暫時報道到咁樣，我再有聽到有咩新嘅消息呢，再向大家補充。
And I can look at something completely detached. If I see a situation where somebody's going to get hurt, and I really thought those people might end up getting hurt. The officers were coming back. They have seen us on TV. They later told us. But yeah, I'm going to flag them down to try to escalate it. For those people who are tweeting to us and talking to us, I understand your point of view. I really do. And I mean no offense by it. And we can agree to disagree. But when you see people possibly getting hurt and you see police coming by, she was flagging down the cops. Her husband was flagging down the cops, and I was going to flag them down too to see if we could de-escalate it, just because I know people are watching. Thank you so much. I'm going to see if I can find her.
Yeah,
and let's talk to her.
And I know there's been some people that have asked questions about me asking questions at that time too, and I just want to clarify. We appreciate the cops. We appreciate what they do.
各位，仲有一點呢，我要喺度補充翻嘅。好多城市呢已經係進入呢個宵禁㗎啦，有啲城市呢係早到6點鐘呢已經宵禁。至於警方啊或者呢個市政府呢，佢哋都講明佢哋喺白天呢，佢係唔會阻止人呢出嚟呢個遊行示威，表達佢哋訴求。但係佢哋做法就希望呢，宵禁之後呢，正常理性嘅人呢，希望佢哋回家，唔好留喺呢個街道上遇到危險，因為強搶嘅事件呢係實在係太嚴重，而警方亦有好多警察呢表示過呢，佢哋係支持佢哋嘅。所以呢，呢件事睇落去嗰個，雖然係覺得係黑人歧視，但係其實喺美國呢，就係其實好簡單，就係你非白呢，你就外族人士嚟嘅。所以喺美國，我相信有好多華人都知道或者係經歷過乜嘢叫種族歧視。同埋美國呢，仲有一大班呢，就係呢個由呢個南美洲去美國做廉價勞工嘅人，佢哋喺美國呢，有好多呢已經係幾代人都好啊，喺社會上呢，佢哋都係得唔到一個平等嘅待遇，所以呢個怒氣怒憤呢，就喺呢一次啊一個人死咗之後發出嚟嘅怨氣。如果呢個怨氣呢次無法收拾我相信呢個遊行示威呢會繼續持續多一段時間嘅。
Yeah, this is in Hollywood. We are Melrose and Vine. These are some potential looters that LAPD are picking up and now putting on the bus. They are being jailed. A lieutenant telling me looting possibly, but certainly a violation of curfew. All of this was part of that protest in Hollywood that we've been talking about over the last couple of hours. A splinter group rushes down here on Melrose, and they wind up, Bruce, come over this way. This pavilion was their target. Police say they got a call about looting inside. Hit, about 40 minutes ago. You can see the front doors. We get up a little closer to it. They actually ripped the front door off the hinges, and then we're told some of the employees inside moved very quickly. We had a sergeant, as you can see, it's part of the.
係喺呢個首先多謝 X， 多謝你嘅讚賞。喺度一樣其他網友如果想再知多啲關於呢個事情或者美國呢個種族歧視嘅因由啊或者歷史咧，如果大家有興趣嘅留個言，我就睇下再講解多一啲啦。
We look up and we see what they actually stopped in the middle of their protest, if you will, to take pictures of the sunset as it's going down in the clouds in that brilliant color. But so a surreal night here. You've got that sunset. You've got the protesters now who moved out of this area, continuing up. We're hearing maybe toward the Hollywood and Highland area and LAPD. Again, we're seeing this. We talked about that with CHP as well at the last location over at Argyle and Sunset. They're going grid to grid tonight. They've got a plan, and they're enforcing the curfew and bluntly saying, we're trying to keep people off the streets, more people, troublemakers, if you will, from getting on the streets and joining up with these moving bands of protesters and starting trouble. So they're trying to take the fuel out of the fire, if you will.
你個問題問啦，會唔會好似香港持續1年多呢？我喺呢度我可以話俾你聽係唔會嘅，因為已經出動到呢個國民守護軍，因為佢哋嘅人數嘅數量啦係唔少嘅。咁而家警察呢，其實就係用人海戰術，將所有街上嗰個情形去控制嘅。所以話説回頭就係香港警察啦總數係3萬幾人，但係可以出嚟壓制呢啲暴徒嘅，我諗得萬零人多，萬零人佢哋最多講過香港出嚟遊行示威有200萬人。咁你可想而知，香港警察喺1年裏邊遇到嗰個壓力係幾緊要。所以如果你個問題問會唔會好似香港1年多呢？我諗我可以即刻答你唔會。至於話持久多幾耐呢，就要睇多2晚啦佢個宵禁令下邊啦同埋警察同埋呢個國民保護軍啦所嘅行動啦。
Overhead in Skyfox. Kevin.
Yeah, this is LAPD Rampart. This kind of started in Hollywood, went down to downtown LA in the 4 level, and then came back eastbound on this direction. We're eastbound on Temple here. They're calling this an assault on with a deadly weapon on a police officer. We don't know exactly to what extent what it was, but you can see this one Rampart unit in pursuit here. The airship's been following it all around, still coming westbound on Temple here at a high rate of speed. It went through a couple now, passing a couple of CHP units down there that were responding to the Hollywood area. But the white Suburban moving, looks like it's moving about 45, 50 miles an hour here on surface streets. The airship's still above it, kind of tracking it, but you can see that LAPD unit not letting this one go. We don't know if the ADW assault with a deadly weapon was the vehicle itself, or if there was some other altercation or something like that that prompted it.
大家網友喺度都要買埋告白。我哋呢個頻道除咗直播而家美國呢個遊行示威之外，香港所發生嘅遊行示威，我哋都會作出直播嘅。最主要呢，就係因為喺網上不論咩頻道都好，喺香港遊行示威入邊所謂嘅記者，我哋叫佢黑媒或者黃媒。每次佢哋嘅歪理實在太多。令到好多人呢，我見到佢做直播嗰陣時，有好多人喺下邊呢，都係想同佢哋呢個鬧嘴炮嘅，但係呢個係冇意思嘅。我哋本頻道想做嘅嘢就係用真實嘅畫面，用一個正道嘅旁述，將佢哋嘅歪理第一時間呢去糾正。 再加上咧，香港警察咧而家最近已經有開始呢個直播，所以呢個頻道咧係絕對咧會將警方嗰邊個直播咧係攞過嚟，然之後咧幫警方咧講啲警方唔敢講嘅説話，將呢一班人咧令到佢哋咧冇聲出，同埋最重要一樣嘢就係，如果有一個正道嘅旁述，就可以將個畫面咧俾一啲後生啲嘅小朋友睇下，等佢哋令到佢哋知道啊，呢個世界唔係淨係得一種聲音嘅。
My question for you is just paint a picture briefly of those other two pursuits as we're watching this, because one was they were chasing some looters. Do you know what happened with that one?
Yeah, they picked up and they saw the car speeding away from the location, obviously at a high rate of speed, and one of them very suspiciously, because the TV was hanging out the passenger side there, and so the airship got to it first. Units were trying to catch up to the vehicle that was speeding away at a very high rate of speed. And then the suspects finally bailed out near a Jack in the Box and tried to run from there, but officers were right there and took them into custody. You can see this still going about 45, 50 miles an hour here, blowing right through stop signs, and still moving northbound here. And we're going to get up to back Sunset Boulevard here in a minute or two. Okay, coming up to an intersection, and now making a eastbound turn and going over the 101 freeway, and it looks like zigzagging around. So people are actually
U-turn.
Those were officers that jumped out of the way because they were blocking the on-ramp to the 101 freeway. So now we are heading back westbound on Sunset. Wrong side of running into the middle, going through a fresh green, but this is, we're getting into the heart of Hollywood here.
And this is near where we saw that looting earlier, right?
Yeah, they're right down where that march and all that looting was going on now. So southbound, I believe it's going to be Bronson at a high rate of speed through this residential area here, and they're still going through. Still, you go through the stop sign there. You got units still right on this suspect's tail here. We're going to come back out down to Fountain and then to Santa Monica Boulevard once again.
It is bizarre to see a pursuit during this curfew where the streets are so open and so empty. We've seen that with the coronavirus pandemic, but now because of the curfew, I don't know if that makes it an easier job for law enforcement. I would think so, Kevin.
Well, at least, the traffic definitely lighter since there is a curfew. Most people have to be staying home at this point. Usually, even on a Monday night, there will still be a lot of traffic out here. Okay, westbound on Santa Monica, making a southbound turn here.
You think they're going to try to do a pit maneuver? It looks like they're getting close to this guy.
Well, they're trying to get up closer, but the speeds have still been way too fast for them to even try to make a pit maneuver here. So, still coming southbound here. They're going to. You can see where the streets are so small here, but luckily there isn't, like you were saying, there isn't a lot of traffic here, but they are blowing through stop signs. Okay, eastbound turn. So eastbound turn here, and that's going to take us back out to...
and this is one of those older neighborhoods in Los Angeles with the smaller streets and the tight corners.
And Kevin, from this... Go ahead, Kevin.
No, you can see there they've got 2 units in this now, and a couple other units trying to get into position on this. Okay, now making an eastbound turn here.
This is by some of the studios.
Melrose. Yeah, we're right alongside here. This is Melrose going eastbound, just passing in front of the Paramount lot.
Yeah.
You see right there, and so eastbound on Melrose.
So
and
Kevin,
speeds are up to 50 miles an hour.
Wow. As you've been covering this, it doesn't seem to be like we're seeing a lot of people on the streets, or is it just too hard to really see that from this dark perspective?
No, there aren't a lot of people on the streets. There aren't a lot of pedestrians for sure because of the curfew. Traffic relatively light at this point, so that is a good thing for this going right now, as speeds are now picking up to 50, now 60 miles an hour here.
Wow.
Still eastbound on Melrose, blowing through. That was a green light, but you can see going right by traffic here. You're running the center median, running that center median there, and then.
And when you see the traffic, you get a sense of just how fast this guy is going because he's just blowing by everybody.
Yeah, he's just going right by. He's just going right by. You can see the LAPD airship is right above it, right on top of it, but still going eastbound on Melrose here. And once again, luckily, there's not a lot of traffic out here because of the curfew. Okay, just passed Normandy, and we're going to be coming up to the 101 freeway here, and looks like we're going to jump the 101 south. We're going to jump on the 101 south here.
So given this situation, then, Kevin, do you expect CHP to take over once on the freeway?
Yeah, they'll advise CHP that they're in this pursuit. They'll advise them what the circumstances of this pursuit are as well, and then it's gonna take them a little bit to get into position here. But you can see very little traffic on the freeway here as we move southbound on the 101 freeway coming up to Vermont. Yeah, Vermont, coming up to Vermont. We're in the Vermont 101 and Vermont split here. But speeds going about 70 miles an hour here. We don't know how many people are on the vehicle. The windows are very tinted, and I haven't heard from the ground units on how many people might be in that vehicle. But, you know, we saw one other pursuit that started earlier today with that orange Nissan, and they ended up letting that one go. There was the only thing it was wanted for was for looting. Speeds were very high. So the LAPD at that point couldn't get any units to get right behind it. It was moving away so fast. They told the airship then to give it up and let him go. We did follow them down into South LA a little bit, but this has escalated a little bit. They're calling it assault with a deadly weapon on a police officer.
大家好啊！目送到而家咧，大家喺畫面咧，今日應該見過好多咧，就係個畫面咧，影住一啲車嘅逃走嘅。咁今日咧，因為個個城市嘅警察咧，就開始追逐呢一班黑暴搶掠嘅人。咁就呢個係一個美國好慣例嘅做法，就係用直升機咧，影住成個追捕嘅過程嘅。如果對一啲新嘅朋友未見過嘅，都係一個好有趣嘅事。美國每一次咧有呢個高速追逐時點咧，好多時都有直播嘅。所以而家咧睇到嘅呢啲畫面咧，就係一般咧就係美國呢個傳媒實時報導一啲叫做有趣或者係危險嘅事嘅方法嚟嘅。所以對一啲未見過呢個畫面嘅朋友，可能唔係太明白佢哋做緊乜嘢，所以喺呢度咧就同大家交代一下啫。
Luckily, that's not what we're seeing today. We're not seeing all those fires that were burning in South LA. We've seen a few fires here, but luckily we have not seen like the swath of fires burning entire districts, entire neighborhoods anywhere throughout the city this time. So that is a good sign. Update now, we're southbound on the 110 freeway. We're coming up just about on the 10 freeway near Staples Center. You saw at the top of the screen there were CHP units. They are still blocking off exit from the freeways into the downtown area. They are still doing that tonight as they did last night. But this pursuit, okay, we're going to continue southbound on the 110 freeway. It's staying in the middle lanes here, so we're going to take it southbound on the 110 freeway, coming up on the 10 freeway.
We always question how these pursuits come to an end. Sometimes they go to a neighborhood that feels comfortable to them, familiar to them, where they know the streets and they just kind of burn it out.
係大家喺呢度想講翻一件有趣啲嘅舊新聞。呢個香港暴動嘅時候，特朗普咧曾經講過點解習主席唔嚟香港同呢班示威者對話。咁而家美國咧呢個騷亂咗咁多日我都未見過特朗普出嚟咧同呢啲人咧傾偈嘅。佢曾經咧就係誇口講話，只要鄧主席落嚟15分鐘同啲人好好地傾咧，呢件事就可以解決。 咁目前到而家都未見過特朗普先生咧大統定咧係同呢班不滿嘅示威人士咧有任何對話嘅。
Very high rate of speed, no brake lights. Once again, traffic relatively light here. There's a few cars here, spotty here and there, but there's also very little pedestrian traffic on the surface streets, thankfully, in the residential areas as well. People are kind of heeding that curfew and staying inside. What's the fact? LAPD, we've been one of their tasks at containing things through the night here is that with that curfew, they can make arrests on people that just being out and violating that curfew. So, but a lot of them we've been seeing, like I said, LAPD has been very good tonight. When they get a call of looting going on, they have a mobile task force move very quickly into that spot. And we've been seeing that a lot. They have been taking into custody looters very quickly. Not a lot of them been getting away. They have been getting them tonight. So they've got that down tonight on how to stop the looting. Send the message that if you're looting, you're going to get arrested because we are moving quickly on it. All right, a little more traffic here as we make our way southbound on the 110 freeway, just past Vernon, and continuing over to the right shoulder a little bit here. We'll see if they're going to get off of the freeway. They're coming up to Gage, and they're going to get out. It looks like they're going to get off at Gage here. All right, they're coming to the bottom of the off ramp at Gage, and through the intersection, through a red light, around a car that was kind of going slow there, making a turn. All right, they did not get back on the freeway. They're alongside a street here, right alongside on the west side of the 110 freeway, and just going through stop signs, slowing down a little bit here. The speeds have dropped a little bit, but the air unit's right on top, and you can see those ground units are always, okay, making a turn here. All right, we're coming into a more residential area here. We're just a little bit south of Gage. Okay, back out now. Oh no, Hooper almost hit a car head on right there. All right, now continuing southbound on Hoover, and it's going to take us up to Florence. A lot more cross traffic here. Got a stale red light. All right, making a left turn, going eastbound. There was a lot of traffic up ahead going eastbound. Now we're going underneath the 110 freeway. We're going across, and we're going underneath the 110 freeway. And we're going east side of the 110.
係喺度補充翻下頭先畫面啊，同埋記者嘅對話先。大家都有睇到啦，就而家就係好多警察咧，而家開始咧想拘捕咧呢個出嚟強搶嘅人。咁佢哋講過咧，就係話呢個戒嚴令或者呢個宵禁令開始之後，邊個係留喺街上嘅呢就會被捕，尤其是係強搶嘅人。今晚呢睇落去呢，佢哋呢個宵禁令呢就相當有效，好多人呢喺宵禁之後呢就獨自離開㗎啦。咁強搶嘅事情呢，比例上同琴日晚呢係少咗好多嘅。
Traffic up ahead, going past some traffic, using the wrong side. He's got a fresh green going through right there. There's a car popping out. You can see car popped right out of there, pulled out of the parking space. They got some slower traffic up ahead, going through the intersection, wrong side of the road.
You got to hope that he doesn't hit a red light and just keep driving. This could be so dangerous.
Still moving eastbound. Got a red light hard on the brakes, and he's going to go southbound. Okay, making a southbound turn and continuing southbound here.
So the worry, of course, as we're watching something like this is some unsuspecting motorist that gets in the way of this vehicle here, or they fly through some intersection with a red light and a car is coming, and they just get T-boned. So fingers crossed that this one ends peacefully. This car obviously no sign of slowing down, though.
And this is a rare night where we have two.
Whoa.
Okay. Making a westbound turn.
Getting out.
All right.
Whoa.
Okay.
Did somebody meet him on the street?
They're out. They're running. Okay. We've got at least three running westbound here.
We have 2 choppers up tonight. That's why we're cutting back and forth between these shots. God, in the dead of the night, it's hard to see him.
They still got the driver. He's running up through here. We got 2 going through the yards here.
Well, we should let anybody...
The air units right on top of them and guiding ground units in. You got one guy with shirt off.
Is he going up onto the roof?
Looks like he's still working his way back and forth. Now he's back out to the next street.
喺度回答一下呢個 CYL 應該係讀 Clay 你講咧美國嘅黑人咧個衞生啊、教育欠佳啊，呢個係事實嚟㗎，因為美國咧有啲城市咧佢哋個黑人比例咧係特別多嘅。通常嚟講咧，呢啲城市咧都係比較係冇錢啲嘅，個市政府咧可以做嘅嘢係少好多嘅。你加上咧美國冇呢個全民社保啊，或者全民醫療保險呢樣嘢嘅，所以冇錢嘅人咧能夠睇到醫生咧個機會就好細。你加上咧呢次疫情咧更加見到咧就係點解黑人好多不滿呢？就係因為喺好多情形之下，佢哋覺得咧佢哋係收唔到啊，或者係冇一個平等嘅醫療嘅待遇，所以令到咧好多人都係不滿嘅。
Those 3 bailed out, and they're looking for the other 2 right now. But that was the driver they took into custody, and that's the one they wanted the most. So that's why the airship with their
我明白喺翻牆係唔容易嘅事嘅。至於疫情報導嗰度呢，我可能會做到可以喺中國都直播嘅。不過技術上呢，仲係需要解決啲問題。
We want to get you up to date on everything that's going on tonight, Christine.
Yes, as you saw there, a series of pursuits. I think that might be the 3rd one that our Kevin Takumi's been following. Yeah, strange night. We have this situation in Riverside that has escalated after a really positive moment with protesters and the Sheriff's Department. The Sheriff Chad Bianco, right, Alex?
Chad Bianco.
Yeah, Chad Bianco taking a knee there with the protesters. Then you have community members trying to protect a business, chasing off looters. And as we know, which you can see from the streets being so quiet there, as Kevin Takumi was showing us, the curfew is in effect.
Yeah, so right now, technically, it is illegal to be out on the streets, and you are subject to arrest, or at least the cops pulling you over, asking what you're doing out there. Phil Schumann has moved locations. He is
仲有一個事情忘記咗要加落旁述嘅。因為今日嘅遊行示威咧，好多事情咧開始已經進入呢個暴力化。已經有人咧開始攞出攻擊性武器出嚟㗎啦，有啲人攞刀攞錘啊。所以遊行示威嘅人士可能係好和平散去，但係依然有班咧比較極端嘅人咧，可能會將呢個事情咧變得更加麻煩。而喺美國最驚一樣嘢咧，就係如果有人攞槍出嚟咧，呢個局面咧，我諗會控制唔到嘅。
Here right in the downtown area, trying to get the last of these protesters out of, and they're just yelling at them, go home, go home.
Phil, you've been all over town tonight. Describe some of what you've seen in the different locations you've been at.
Well, we spent most of the afternoon in Anaheim, and there was a huge crowd at a park at Harbor and La Palma, but very peaceful. Then they marched about a mile or so down to Anaheim City Hall, past the police department. There was a rally, some speeches, some shouting. Police were watching, peacefully marched back, and then it sort of deteriorated into an auto show where people doing,
喺呢度咧，想同內地嘅網友講聲，我知道喺內地收 YouTube 咧係一件好難嘅事， 但係你能夠睇得到嘅呢條片直播完之後呢，係會上翻去呢個油管嘅。希望你可以呢將佢下傳落嚟，然之後分享俾其他內地嘅朋友睇下啦。等內地能夠更加清楚一個美國究竟真正係一個點樣嘅國家。呢度就有勞煩各位內地嘅網友啦。
The protesters that we saw have moved off of Mission Ave.
Phil, it must have been pretty eerie driving through those streets.
It's been eerie driving through these streets for the past, Southern California for the past 4 days. I mean, It's a very unsettling feeling. I mean, helicopters overhead, sirens everywhere, the alarms inside buildings going off, people scared, people protesting. Yeah, it's been very, very tense.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there you see it. This is downtown. We're familiar with the Mission Inn. We've all been there. We've seen stories on it. The Christmas decorations and so forth. So, downtown Riverside, Mission Inn Ave, deserted. You hear the helicopters overhead. I mean, law enforcement, maybe we've been talking about this for a few days, right? They had a very restrained response starting back last Wednesday night when all this broke loose in downtown Los Angeles when the 101 was blocked by protesters, and the police response has escalated since then. I mean, I was listening earlier this afternoon to Alex and Christine. I'm sure you remember this. Chief Moore, LAPD chief, apologized for the police response to the looting 2 nights ago in Melrose and Fairfax. I mean, that was stunning to me. So here, as we come back live with the Riverside PD, yeah, it looks like they're sort of relaxing just a bit here. It seems like they made their point.
Well, it's good to see that the tension seems to be easing in Riverside, at least in that area.
Watch your back here. Yeah, there's no shortage of law enforcement resources when they decide to bring them in. I'll tell you that. You can question the timing, but once they decide to say, let's go, they're here.
And they can usually make a situation end pretty quickly if they really intend to use all those resources. Although there are consequences
to that
decision.
Well, right now I don't see any protesters left in this area. So they're advancing through the downtown area, sort of pushing out their perimeter and moving everybody away. Again, the curfew here went into effect about 2.5 hours ago.
All right, Phil Schuman, keep us up to date on how things go there in Riverside in the Inland Empire. We want to get to a moment that happened on our air earlier tonight that I think a lot of people have been talking about online. It really was an extraordinary moment. Our Christina Gonzalez was in Van Nuys. She was profiling this woman who had shown up to one of her neighbor's stores to help protect it from looters. There was a store owner that was there holding a firearm to protect his store from potential looters. Then some looters actually showed up. Here's what happened.
Let me tell you what's going on. So these guys in the vehicles, let's get a little bit closer. This vehicle and those guys over there got out of the other vehicle. There's a gold store in the parking lot, and they were heading to it. And these guys came out and they said, "No, you're not."
Wow.
And he's with us. They're having a standoff here.
Oh my God.
Arguing about why they're not being allowed to break into the place. So I'm going to kind of let you listen to this.
So these are looters squaring off with community members holding weapons on the street.
Yes.
I guarantee you we will get back to that situation in a little bit. If you can believe it, we've got another pursuit. Kevin Takumi in Sky Fox. We're near Dodger Stadium, those tunnels that so many people have gone through. Kevin. Kevin, can you hear us?
And we're staying 110.
Not sure if Kevin Takumi can hear us. We are on the 110 freeway. This is coming out of downtown Los Angeles towards the Pasadena area.
Northbound on the 110 freeway here. We just started with Culver City. We don't know exactly what the want was on it, but it came north on the 110 freeway. Culver City PD is in this pursuit. Like I said, we don't know what the want is on it yet, but northbound the 110 freeway, passing Figueroa, we're going up into like the Mount Washington area. Speeds are running about 65, 70 miles an hour here. Culver City PD is still in on this. CHP has not been able to catch up to it as we go north on the 110 here, but you can see high rate of speed going around traffic. Once again, very light traffic, thankfully, but you know, we're going, let's see, we're coming up to Avenue 54 here soon, and it looks like it's like a four-door pickup truck, maybe a Ford F-150 or so. The Culver City is staying with it. You can see they've got several units in this pursuit here, almost 5 units in this pursuit here. One of them is a slick top, so that would either be a supervisor or undercover like that. But we, like I said, we don't know what the original want was on this or why they started chasing it. But at high rate of speed, this all started coming northbound on the 110.
大家好，嚟到而家咧，再旁述一下畫面大家睇過嘅嘢啦。最主要咧就係今日咧有好多唔同嘅城市嘅商鋪嘅老闆咧，已經將自己嘅櫥窗咧就上呢個望木板㗎啦。亦有好多商店嘅老闆咧，自己攞槍出嚟咧去保護佢自己嘅商店。喺某種情形之下，呢個氣氛咧係越嚟越緊張嘅。而頭先我講過啦，喺美國可以擁有槍械自衛係佢哋美國人嘅權利之一嚟嘅。
That's been cracking down on the looters. They have been hitting some of the smaller cities. I've seen reports where stores here and there have been getting hit. You can see in the back of this pickup truck, there's a lot of stuff back there. So we don't know if they, if that's the reason why or exactly what the want is. But most of our pursuits today, they have been following vehicles that were fleeing from a location. Okay, we're getting into a construction zone here. He's got some traffic up ahead here. He's going right through it. He's got a box. It looks like there was an accident. There's an accident up ahead here that went up on the side. And we went right by that, went through the cones there, went through CHP, and Culver City is still the lead agency on this pursuit here.
And you are northbound still on the 110 freeway?
We are in the northbound 110 freeway. We are coming up. We're in the South Pasadena area here. We're coming up through the S turns of South Pasadena as the 110 comes up, heading north towards Pasadena. You see, they also pass some other construction vehicles that were working on the 110 there. But speed still 75 miles an hour here as we come north on the 110. We're going to be coming up to Orange Grove and then Fair Oaks up here, and then the 110 drops off into Pasadena as you get into the Arroyo there.
Well, Kevin, you have had quite a night covering pursuits. We thank you for being the eyes in the sky there. Again, we're seeing an open freeway due to the curfew. I'm guessing you don't see many cars at all on that freeway.
There are very few cars on the freeway. Looking out the window here into Pasadena, there are very few cars on most of the surface streets as well. So that is a good sign. Okay, we're just coming up 110 freeway. We're about a mile away from the end of the freeway, and then we get into Pasadena city limits here.
All right, we are continuing to follow a high-speed pursuit on the streets of Los Angeles and now Pasadena at 8:46 on a Monday night, a news night that seems to never end with one extraordinary development after another as we continue to watch live. Kevin Takumi, this is his fourth, maybe, pursuit of the night, in addition to multiple different arrests and looting and protests and so many things in Skyfox. We have 2 choppers, or we've actually been using 3 choppers tonight, and it still hasn't been enough for all of the news that we've been seeing tonight. Kevin,
so, yeah, now here, Kevin, on surface streets. Talk us through it.
Yeah, we're off the freeway here on surface streets on Arroyo as we make our way northbound deeper into the Pasadena area here. Speed still going up to about 50, 60 miles an hour here. You can see that Culver City is still in pursuit here. They're still the lead agency. They still have at least 4 or 5 vehicles. They just passed the Pasadena unit down below there that was in the parking lot, and so still coming up. We're going to be coming up to Colorado Boulevard in about a minute here, but we're going by a lot of Pasadena units there. It doesn't look like they're getting involved at this point, but they are also kind of standing by, also looking at, they've been having to stand guard out of a lot of the businesses in Pasadena as well. We haven't heard any reports of anything going on, thankfully, but they are standing guard throughout the city of Pasadena here. Okay, coming up.
係各位網友，有好多網友呢，我見過都已經入過我哋呢個頻道睇過好多關於而家美國發生嘅遊行示威同埋呢個騷亂㗎啦。喺呢度都好想同大家討論一下嘅，就係話香港呢個美麗嘅風景線已經存續咗差唔多成年啦。香港人依然仲要係忍受，尤其是一批和平理性嘅朋友，佢係敢怒不敢言。而美國呢個事情先發生咗幾日，所有嘅社會群眾已經覺得係一個相當悲愴嘅事。可想而知，香港嘅朋友們喺香港居住嘅呢一年裏邊，佢哋受到嘅壓力係幾緊要，所以呢個直播就係可以俾大家一個借鏡同埋一個比較。就知道啊嚇，香港的確係唔容易嘅呢一年。
Looks like they're going to pull off to the right. Looks like they're going to stop right here in the middle of it. Okay, you got passengers getting out. Yeah, you got doors open. You got driver giving up.
Did somebody else
run? Running here through the parking lot. Driver instantly gave up, and you got a passenger that was in the back gave up and running eastbound here. And you got two officers coming right up behind them, and that person lying down right there and giving up.
What is that? Is that a helmet? Yeah. What's on his head?
It looks like it's like a yellow cap or something like that, yellow ball cap.
Well, there you go, Kevin. Yet another pursuit that ends with at least both suspects here in that vehicle in custody. The last one.
喺呢度都要同網友呢個呼籲一下，如果覺得本台所做嘅嘢係適合閣下嘅，請留言、點讚同埋訂閱啦。最重要一樣嘢就係呢個報導嘅形式，認為大家好冇呢？如果覺得好嘅，呢個報導嘅形式就會同樣咧處理而家香港嘅遊行示威暴動嘅直播嘅。最主要就係希望喺第一時間將所有黃媒所發出嚟嘅歪理咧作出一個盡快嘅糾正。
Something was thrown to the ground. Okay, and hands up, and they're kind of stepping out of the vehicle now.
There it goes.
Possibly a woman with a dark hoodie on there.
Goes to show you never know how many people are in a vehicle when there's a pursuit, and it's safety first for the officer. Wonder how they figured out that someone was back there. Could they see, or did the driver indicate? But that one was interesting to see those officers run back and also take, safe cover too, because you don't know if that person is armed or not.
Yeah, you know what? They had so many units. They had so many units here. You can see now their Pasadena PD is picked up with them as well here. But you had just one person that got out and ran there. And then you also had the driver open the door, put his hands up, and stop there. But at that point, that last third passenger looks like stayed in the vehicle and did not get out and run. So it looks like they're going to make an approach here now. Nobody else coming out of the front passenger area, so it looks like they're going to step up to it and they're going to call it Code 4 here, and that everybody's in custody.
As we wrap up this situation, I have a question about the last pursuit that we covered. We saw the driver was taken in custody. There was a search for some of the other people that were involved in it. Do you know if they were eventually caught?
They set up a perimeter.
Sting Vincent 你好啊，多謝你嘅留言啊。呢個直播暫時咧只係 YouTube 上邊有得睇嘅。所以香港嘅朋友咧係要上 YouTube 跟住揾我大隻講或者 Mr. Big Talk 咧喺呢個油管啊或者 YouTube 咧上邊就睇得到㗎啦。而香港啊或者暫時全世界冇一個華人嘅渠道咧係有呢個多畫面嘅直播嘅，所以可以的話咧就幫手將呢個直播咧廣傳出去，因為我想多啲中國人或者華人能夠睇到啊，而家美國個社會嘅問題係乜嘢，而能夠咧等佢哋比較一下香港呢一年嚟啊，所有人啊喺呢種咁嘅騷亂嘅環境下邊生活咗一年嗰個艱苦係點樣嘅？如果再有問題嘅，請留言。
Will be this moment that happened in Van Nuys. We want to show it to you again because it just got interrupted by that pursuit. This is Christina Gonzalez. She was profiling this woman who was in front of a neighbor's store. She was trying to help protect that store, and then looters arrived. And then this happened.
Let me tell you what's going on. So these guys in the vehicles, let's get a little bit closer. This vehicle and those guys over there got out of the other vehicle. There's a gold store in the parking lot, and they were heading to it. And these guys came out and they said, "No, you're not."
Wow.
And he's with us. They're having a standoff here.
Oh my God.
Arguing about why they're not being allowed to break into the place.
喺呢度再要同Sling Vincent 解釋一下，因為呢個美國嘅騷亂呢，香港所有嘅黃色媒體呢都冇大肆去直播啊，或者係將呢個事情講解嘅，所以喺香港好多觀眾呢係唔知道呢個直播嘅。所以如果有心嘅，希望能夠將我哋個 link 呢，就係傳出去俾其他嘅朋友收睇下啦。最重要一樣嘢就係都講咗，就希望多啲朋友能夠睇得到美國嘅遊行示威當中啦警察嘅做法係點樣，然之後能夠對比一下香港警察呢一年裏邊所做嘅嘢係唔係公公正正。
Hold on, let me flag them back here. They're driving past us. Stop. Okay, they're turning around. There they come. There they come. They just saw me.
In 3 days of surreal moments on TV, this is one of the most surreal moments we've seen. What is underway right now in Van Nuys. All right, so here come the police officers to help these community members.
The guys on the other side are in cars. All right, here they come. The guys here are trying to stop over there from looting in the cars. All right, now they're telling them, no, they're fine.
They're good.
Oh, gosh.
Oh,
gosh.
no.
Whoa.
Oh, my God. Joe, to your right. Come on.
He's with us.
He is with me. Press. Sir, they're... Okay, sir. They're the store owners. They were protecting the looters, sir.
Whoa.
They're protecting the stores. The looters are over there.
Stand down for a sec, please. Yeah, relax.
You're losing your looters. They're going down that way. These are the people in the store trying to stop.
Point. All three of them.
Okay, we're putting those in handcuffs right now.
No, they're not the looters.
One person talk. Where's the looter? Where's the looter?
They're protecting this building.
Where'd the looter go?
They were that way.
Okay, description. Black, white, Asian.
African Americans. Okay. They're in a gray vehicle. The other gray vehicle is parked in front of the Buy Gold store. A group of 6 of them. 6. We have video. Okay.
That's all.
Your officers are chasing them. Okay, that's one of them.
Okay.
This is unreal. But anyway, they're putting this lady in handcuffs. I've just told them. You see, and here is where...
This is some of the systemic issues that maybe some of those protesters are upset about.
We are live now, and as I promised, we were able to track each other down. Monette, she's in one piece, and you were just listening for the first time to the audio of what happened. You hadn't seen what happened in the live coverage. How are you doing?
I'm fine.
You
I'm
okay?
fine. Hanging in there.
You okay?
Yeah.
What happened?
Well, the gentleman that owns the store, I've been knowing him for over 30 years. So when we saw him come out of his establishment, we asked him, are you okay? At that point, there were people that were trying to run in the store. They were trying to get in the back, and they were trying to loot his property. But because I have known him for over 30-some years, you're not finna loot nothing.
And that's what we talked about before. And then, and we talked about that, but then all of a sudden these guys came up in the vehicles, and I guess they were going after the gold store?
They were going after the gold store. But being that me and my family were out in the front with the owner to the liquor store, they just wanted to jump out the car, and they wanted to harass me because I was talking a lot of stuff. And I just turned around and said, we're not doing that. We're not tearing up nothing over here.
And you guys were arguing back and forth.
And we were arguing back and forth, and that's okay, I'm the same color you are. There was another car that pulled up behind them, had a bunch of females in the car. They don't live anywhere around here, and they wanted to jump out. My first thing is, okay, this what we doing? And then when the police, we flagging down the police.
So you were flagging down.
I was flagging down the police with the owner and was asking, can you guys help? And they just kept going. I'm like, who does that?
But then they turned around, they did come over, and then from your perspective, what happened?
I was handcuffed, thrown up against a wall with my husband, my brother-in-law, and I'm just like, the hell? The news people are here. They're telling you it's not her. She's trying to stop the situation. I understand the protest. I understand what this is about. I get it. I understand that. I'm fighting for the same protest. But what we're not going to do is we don't want other people from different cities to come and tear up where we live at, because we have to rebuild this. We did this once before. I understand the anger until this man is placed in custody for, even though he's in custody, for first-degree murder. They've done an autopsy, an independent autopsy, turned around and said he died of asphyxiation. Okay. Now you got three other police officers that you need to go get. Until you go get them, it's just going to be unruly. And I don't understand. They don't take a rocket scientist. Everybody's seen the video. How much information do y'all need?
And you and I were talking because both of us were in 92 here, and just seeing the parallels of it all.
It's just, it's really crazy. And, the same thing that happened to Rodney King years ago is the same thing that is repeating itself. It's really sad for our young black men, our black women, our Latinos, you know what I'm saying? Caucasian people don't get treated like that. So when they turned around and said that the police officer was arrested for third-degree murder, I turned around and was like, wow. Had that been my son and a mutual combat, y'all would have hooked him up 24 hours ago. But it took you 4 days to get who y'all was looking for. And he got 70 police officers around his house. It's not going to stop until justice has been served. That's all we're looking for. We just want some justice, that's it.
Back to the incident and what happened, I know that I was trying to explain to them and I
thank you, I appreciate it.
And you know what, I feel so sorry if we had in any way, but I think that we were both trying to do the same thing. What got them to take, what were they telling you that because we were kind of telling them to stop, but what were they saying while they were handcuffed?
Well, the officer that was behind me, I was explaining to him, no, we were trying to help. I was telling him the gentleman that owns the store, his name. So once they were kind of like trying to calm the situation down, they was like, okay. And then the owner of the store was like, no, it's not them. They're helping us. They're protecting our store. Then they let us go. But then my son and my daughter somebody called them and said, your mom is on TV. And they pulled up in the middle of the street, and I'm looking at them like, okay, here we go.
And the cops stopped them.
They stopped them, took them out of their car. Well, they actually got out of the car, especially my son. He got out of the car. My daughter jumped out the car, and they turned around, and I explained it to them. I'm getting away from the police. I'm like, don't touch my kids. My exact, don't touch them. So they turned around, they were listening and looking, and they was like, okay, ma'am, just get in your car. Please let me get in the car. We're going to have more than a problem than what we initiated. Just let me get in the car. It's just crazy right now. All we want is some justice, and what you guys are doing to us now is injustice. You guys are shooting us with these little rubber bullets. 2 members of the police department in another state has already been fired for dragging some kids out of their car. They're college students behind a curfew. Matter of fact, it was the mayor in Atlanta that fired them yesterday. And I get it. I understand they tired. They wore out too. We've been worn out. I'm 55. We tired too. The same thing, injustice y'all did to us years ago, and my fathers and my forefathers, you guys are doing to our young black men and our young black women, including Latinos.
Now, the reason we are interviewing you here is because if we go in front of the store, which is where we were, they
in jail.
They already the curfew. Talk to me. What happened when we were at the store?
I was actually going back up there because they were calling me, talking about you guys were looking for me. So when I walked back, I was trying to walk up with my son, and they turned around and said, "Well, you can't come here." I mean, they were just so unruly. I was just looking at them.
This is the police you're talking?
This is the police, and I said some unruly things to them too. And I told them, I work at the liquor store. This is where I'm going. The owner of the liquor store was letting them know after that, no, she comes here all the time. She's helping me out. So at the end of the day, they wanted to come down the street just for little old me and a whole line and my son and my daughter and just be like, nah, we just going to sit you down. What you not going to do? So he turned around and said, you won't get out of here? Yes, I will. I am from the block. I just don't agree with a lot of things that go on with the block.
I think, were they the same officers?
Yes.
The same people that we were dealing with?
The same ones. They
didn't recognize you?
No, they know exactly who I am. They know exactly who I am. I'm 55. I've been here, God, my oldest daughter is 36. I've been here 37 years. I might have moved different locations, but most of the people on this block and the owners, they know who I am.
Well, that's how I found you. We were looking for you. I wanted to make sure you were okay.
You found me.
Everybody knows you. And now everybody knows you on air because of some of the things you said.
I'm sorry that this is going on right now, and this is really injustice. It's crazy that you guys waited 4 days to put someone into custody for a crime that was seen all over the world. Had it been a black man or a Hispanic man, it would have took y'all 24 hours. It has been it.
What do you think is going to happen in the next 24 hours in this city?
They're going to continue to tear the city up.
大家好啊！喺呢度呢，同新嚟嘅網友講聲好。喺呢度呢，想再強調翻一下呢，今次呢個美國嘅騷亂嘅事前嘅原因嘅起點喺邊度嘅？咁事故呢，事源呢，就係一個星期前上週嘅星期一呢，有一位黑人先生叫 George Floyd 呢，佢係俾警察拘捕。拘捕嘅原因呢，因為佢係使用偽鈔嘅。咁偽鈔數量呢，就係$20美金。當時呢，4名白人警察呢，係將佢拘捕，跟住呢，有3名警察呢，將佢壓喺地上，咁啊雙手呢，反鎖喺背後嘅，其中有一名呢警察呢就用佢嘅膝頭呢就壓喺呢位 George Floyd 先生嘅頸部，咁歷時呢就6分鐘46秒嘅。咁喺呢個過程中間呢，呢個 Mr. Floyd 呢，佢曾經嗌過好多次呢，佢唞唔到氣，唞唔到氣。咁後期呢，佢就昏迷，就送院之後呢，就不治。喺整個拘捕嘅過程呢，有好多人呢就錄低咗，咁有好多影片呢喺網上呢就瘋傳。 咁有好多人睇到咧，呢個行為咧係警察咧係過分於用暴力，而俾到人嘅感覺咧就係呢個係一個種族歧視嘅拘捕，所以形成咧就好多人對呢件事不滿，就開始上街遊行。最初咧就4名警察咧都冇呢個受到起訴嘅，後嚟因為嗰個遊行示威緊要啦，咁就用腿部壓喺呢位 Justiceforfloyd 先生嘅頸部嘅警察呢，就首先係被起訴呢個3級謀殺，或者係告佢誤殺嘅。但係呢個信息發咗出嚟之後，都冇能夠咧令到出嚟示威嘅人群呢係覺得合理嘅。佢哋去到琴日呢，都係要求呢其他3名警察呢一樣係受到被起訴嘅。咁最後咧就琴日美國時間傍晚啦，就另外3名警察咧都受到呢個起訴㗎啦。但係呢個消息傳出嚟之後咧，都冇辦法咧令到其他出嚟示威嘅人咧係平息落嚟嘅。因為喺佢哋心目中咧，呢位Mr. Floyd 呢位黑人嘅死，一個人嘅死，或者呢次嘅暴動，呢個種族歧視唔係一次性嘅事，因為喺美國咧呢個點講咧，應該係講白人主義至上。只要你唔係白人，你係其中其他膚色嘅人，包括黑人或者係亞洲人又好，南美洲人好，喺美國係得唔到一個平等公平嘅待遇。所以呢一次呢位 Justiceforfloyd 先生之死就引起咗群眾對呢個種族歧視嘅問題發出嚟嘅不滿嘅行為嚟嘅。咁目前到而家呢，仲加上美國嘅疫情呢，係相當之嚴重。至於好似呢個位被殺嘅美國黑人呢，佢本身喺疫情之下呢，就係已經失業咗㗎啦。所以呢次咁多群眾出嚟呢，係有2點嘅。第一點呢，最重要就係佢哋反對呢喺政府或者警察裏邊呢有一個系統性嘅種族歧視。佢哋懇求呢聯邦政府或者各個唔同嘅城市呢，喺警察入邊呢，好多呢個種族歧視嘅嘢要重新去更改，知道個社會能夠得返一啲公義。咁目前到而家呢，都講啦，兩邊呢示威者好，警察都好，已經開始有死傷㗎啦。咁至於警察呢，就有一個呢就肯定殉職咗㗎啦，已經有數名警察亦入院。咁至於示威者嘅傷亡數字呢，暫時就唔係咁清楚，因為發生呢個騷亂呢，係喺美國各個唔同嘅州或者州裏邊各個唔同嘅城市，而主力呢，暫時呢都係喺洛杉磯為首嘅。咁至於洛杉磯呢，就已經有一次個經歷呢，就喺1992年爆發過一次呢，同樣反對呢個種族歧視嘅示威嘅。咁當時呢，政府一樣好似呢次呢，又發出咗呢個國民守護軍嘅。咁上一次呢，不幸呢，喺92年呢，呢個國民守護軍呢，就係有用呢個實彈嘅。咁當時呢，有一個人呢係死亡，就多人受傷。所以呢一次呢，係政府一樣係派出呢個國民保護軍，但係呢，佢哋今次嘅職責呢，就大多數呢就唔會出嚟呢面對面呢對向呢個示威者，而多數佢工作呢，就站喺後勤去保護一啲重要嘅建築物疏散下人群之類。咁多個城市其實喺幾日前都已經開始有呢個宵禁㗎啦，但前幾晚呢個宵禁呢，可惜呢個效果就不大。 但係今晚睇落去呢個宵禁令呢，就應該係有一定嘅阻嚇作用，因為幾晚以嚟呢，有大量嘅黑暴啊，就去強搶唔同嘅商店，而且嗰個搶劫嗰個情形係相當之犀利嘅，所以好多店鋪啊，尤其是喺洛杉磯，佢哋好多店主呢已經將自己嘅鋪頭呢釘上呢個木板，亦有啲商店老闆呢已經持槍出嚟呢保護佢自己嘅商店。咁目前到而家呢個進展就係咁樣嘅。
roving caravan, if you will, convoy of vehicles that would pull up to the stores. The windows would be smashed. They'd run inside, grab whatever they could, stolen merchandise, and then take off and just continue through this area of Hollywood. So they have these mobile squads of LAPD, tactical squads. They seal them off. Basically, really did. They can't go back or forth right here at this intersection, Sunshine and Schrader. They're making arrests now, and the area seems to be easy now because they have that gunman in custody. One of the men who was driving one of these SUVs took off running in the darkness, but they were able to make an arrest and apprehend him. But they are talking dozens of arrests here so far, and as police go through all of these vehicles, they are finding stolen goods, they say, what appear to be looted goods. Many of the items coming from Sunset Boulevard, also Highland in the area in the last couple of hours as the protesters move through Hollywood. But Hollywood tonight has certainly been jumping, and we've seen LAPD at this location, California Highway Patrol and their tactical squads in other locations doing the sealing off, the grid sealing off. At the very least, they're making arrests for curfew violations, but this one they say is a jackpot because this convoy of vehicles involved with looting here through the Hollywood area in the last couple of hours, and they say they're finding the evidence and making the arrest. So this is one of the hot spots here in Hollywood tonight, and that's been something that LAPD said they really wanted to do tonight, from Chief Moore on, to go and target the troublemakers, the looters. The protesters sort of have moved off the ones because the curfew hits, and now you've got the people out tonight who are out breaking into the stores, and that's why they're trying to seal them off. And as the one sergeant was telling us a little while ago, it's tough to do because in these little convoys, they just take off and drive down one of the side alleys, and just like that, they can get away. But tonight, with all the added
各位網友，如果閣下有咩問題，或者想再了解清楚啲，知道呢個美國呢個騷亂嘅因由啊，或者歷史嘅，可以作出呢個討論或者呢個問題嘅。本台呢，盡量呢將閣下嘅留言呢去解答嘅。
And they were watching with their guns drawn because there was a couple of SUVs back in there, and they made arrests, but it wasn't for looting, sexual activity, prostitution going on, sometimes right in the act. So a lot of craziness out here tonight, but police, at least tonight, I got to tell you, not that I'm saying that they've been not serious the last few nights, but tonight you can tell they've really ramped up and have targeted the troublemakers, the looters, and not fooling around, swooping in very quickly, lightning speed, making arrests. And as Bruce has been showing, there's at least a dozen vehicles here. Now they're waiting for tow trucks, and they've got maybe about 50 arrests here, they've already said. And some of the officers, you can see them in the back going through and sort of categorizing all of the evidence, the stolen items that was taken from some of the shops that we're going to try to make a run for along Sunset, along Highland. That the windows are smashed and a lot of merchandise have just been taken away.
So Ed, you're saying that possible prostitutes were walking the streets and dealing with potential Johns in the middle of a curfew, in the middle of the pandemic, in the middle of all of these problems?
Well, what we saw as the arrest went down, the activity was already in the vehicles in this dark parking lot in SUVs. So I have no idea if how it originated, if they were actually on the street corners. But in any event, these folks were screaming, saying we're not looters. And as the police got closer, they realized, well, there was something else illegal going on, and they made arrests as well. And in one of the cases we saw was actually the police came in on an SUV and caught what was going on right in the act. So it's been a crazy night here. And all of that was taking place about half a block away from this scene, where this scene materializes. So the people in that parking lot heard sirens, I'm sure, and had no idea that in a matter of seconds they were going to be right in the middle of a major crime scene.
What a scene!
Here comes some more arrests here. I must have counted at least 3 or 4 dozen arrests already in my eyes, enough to fill up these buses from the LA County Sheriff's Department, and they've just asked to bring in a couple more buses. So that's how many arrests they're making here. Again, potential looters is what the lieutenant was telling us, and he said it's a score because we've been making the curfew arrests, but these people are the alleged looters.
And they look especially young. Have any of them been talking? Have you heard from any of them?
Oh, they've been talking. I can't really tell you what they said, not on air, but you can imagine. Had no. They've at least been pleasant to the police, for the most part, as they've been arrested and led away. But to the media, no, they don't seem to be too kind.
All right, Ed Laskos, best of luck out there. Thank you for your reporting. We're looking, unfortunately, what appears to be more looting. Is this in the Hollywood area? We see some folks running a building here. Is that a police dog there? It's trying to shoo some of these folks away as people run out of a building. Trying to get an exact location of where this is happening. You see what looks like what was a boarded up window that's been smashed. But we're looking at a picture of more problems in the streets, trying to get an exact location of where this is happening. I'm sorry. This is not Hollywood. This is in St. Louis, Missouri. You see people running out, and this is an indication that these problems tonight are not unique to Los Angeles. I'm being sent to me by our sports producer, our sports reporter, Pablo Alsina, telling me about all sorts of problems in New York City tonight. Manhattan has had a whole lot of problems with loot in the streets there. This is back now in Southern California. We're looking at that
Plaza Mall, and behind me you can see a good 150 to 200 protesters who had planned a protest a little bit further down Bear Street from our location here for 8 o'clock. However, Costa Mesa Police, along with sheriff's deputies, have been blocking this street since, maybe 5 o'clock this afternoon, determined not to let these protesters any further down this street. And you can see that sheriff deputies are here along with Costa Mesa PD, and they are holding the line here as these protesters crossed the street just moments ago, apparently attempting to make their way down to their original destination, which is a bit further down Bear Street, to position themselves right in front of South Coast Plaza Mall. Now, from our understanding, mall security had been receiving threats of possible looting all day long. Now, I can tell you that we were at this location yesterday, and every entrance into the mall was blocked off by security and also by police officers. Now, there was no incident here yesterday. There was no protest here yesterday, but one was planned for tonight, and you can see the response that these protesters have been met with. They've been chanting, they've been talking to police, but so far law enforcement has not responded. They're just holding the line here, and for the time being, that's all that's happening. Now, there is a curfew here in Costa Mesa that was went into effect at 7 p.m., so technically all these people are in violation of that curfew rule. It remains to be seen whether law enforcement is going to take any action, take any of these people into custody. We're going to be here through the course of the evening to keep you posted on what happens. For now, we're live in Costa Mesa. We're going to send it back to you in the studio.
And Rick, of course, that curfew gives police the ability to arrest people just for that curfew, and that essentially could end one of these protests if they make the decision to do that. Clearly, they haven't made the decision to do that here. Give us some sense, because we haven't had a whole lot of reporting tonight from Orange County, what it's like driving through the streets of Orange County tonight.
Well, I can tell you, Alex, that getting to this location was quite problematic. We were coming along the 55 to Costa Mesa, and every single
喺度旁述翻一下所發生嘅事情。最主要就係好多城市咧已經有咗呢個宵禁㗎啦。有大批示威者咧，而家係陸續俾呢個警察拘捕咧，就係已經係控告佢哋呢個反呢個禁令而出嚟街上嘅。咁至於目前到而家咧，就冇咩大嘅武力。好多示威者咧係差唔多係自願咧被警察去拘捕嘅。咁正式開槍事件呢，暫時都幸好未有發生。咁好多美國嗰邊嘅記者啊，或者呢個新聞台都講，今晚嘅事呢應該冇咁早結束嘅。 所以要慢慢咧先睇到咧就個發生係點樣。
I can tell you that this is a major staging area for the LAPD. In fact, just moments ago, we saw quite a few motorcycle officers coming in at a good clip, and that is what it's been like for most of the evening. But earlier today, as you mentioned, I was at a meeting that was held by top law enforcement, county and city, and they were expressing
係，湯汪，你問我而家有幾個城市喺度暴動緊嘅？照而家計咧，最少有7個城市咧係比較嚴重嘅。至於有少少呢個遊行嘅嗰啲，我哋唔計佢噶啦。咁的確係今晚咧係平靜咗好多，因為呢個宵禁咧係有一定嘅作用。亦加上咧就係呢個國民自衛軍已經出咗嚟幫呢個警察，咁喺好多情形之下咧，警察就可以用到呢個人海戰術，所以喺呢一點咧個畫面就冇我哋香港呢1年嚟咁美麗啦。
It was a similar story in Santa Monica yesterday, horrified as vandals, looters, destroyed the storied businesses in the seaside community.
And it appeared from the air to look somewhat peaceful. But what you couldn't see from the air and what we could hear over the radio was that the officers were taking rocks and bottles, and that among the peaceful protesters from the back of the crowd, there were people inciting violence. That crowd was substantially larger than the smaller number of people who looted several businesses in Santa Monica.
The sheriff declaring resolve today alongside his colleagues in law enforcement.
It turns out that the group had circled around to the backside of the Citadel, and they were lying in wait, waiting for people to eventually leave. And we didn't. We showed up with a TST bus, and they did dozens of arrests of these people. They were all.
呢度我都要補充一下，呢幾日嘅騷亂事件呢，好多群眾，包括有啲係警察咧，都係支持呢班示威者出嚟遊行示威，表達佢哋嘅訴求嘅。只係大多數人呢對呢啲咁嘅搶犯啊，或者呢啲破壞呢個社會公物啊，做啲強搶嘅行為呢，都係受到呢個好多地方人嘅不滿嘅。所以試想下，就係香港一路以來都係俾人哋和平示威嘅，就係自從舊年6、7月起。和平示威變成一個暴力嘅行為之後，我哋社會先開始對呢班所謂嘅黃絲不滿，而香港人呢，實在喺1年裏邊應該要忍夠㗎啦。
People's right to protest in the streets peacefully, that they thought it was an intrinsic piece to the discussion going on across this country. So it was interesting to get all the pieces of the puzzle today, but keeping in mind that the most important thing is that peace be kept in our Southern California community. I'm Laura Diaz reporting live. Okay, one more time.
Laura, one more time, because it's so great to talk with you. So I'll take advantage of this opportunity. This concept that there's been a lot of controversy of this idea of like sort of catch and release. That the jails, they've been trying to keep people out of the jails because of COVID-19, because officers were so overwhelmed that these people would be caught, detained, maybe arrested, but then released in part because of this $0 bail thing. How did they respond to that criticism today?
Well, that was specifically what I asked about, and not only did DA Lacey talk about it in the formal comments at the top, but she came back at the end as if to say, look, I don't want bad information to go out.
我可以話俾你聽，香港嘅遊行示威，我可以保證係有組織性嘅，因為多次香港示威嗰陣時，我都做過報導。而最激烈嗰晚呢，攻入呢個理工大學啊，同埋中文大學，喺彌敦道所發生同警察衝突，我見到佢哋點樣有組織性啦製造呢個汽油彈啊，點樣對付警察，根本冇可能話係冇組織性，明眼人都知道嘅。
Christine, I have good news. Yes, it is a lot calmer than the last time that you saw us live. The protesters have retreated. The sheriff's deputies have left the lines, and they've gone home, or they're still monitoring the area, but a lot different scene. This was one of the businesses that was broken into, though. You can see a purse, broken glass. This is a CVS on Market and 3rd Street. One of only 2 businesses, thankfully, in Riverside that were broken into. The other one is the Citibank. The ATM, looters got the ATM there. So some significant damage here. Thankfully, we didn't see the same destruction along all the businesses that we saw in Santa Monica and other parts of LA over the weekend. But there's hydrogen peroxide bottles and there's glass. And this is the second time these looters hit CVS tonight. These nice gentlemen are coming to board up the windows. The police just left oned they got here.
透旺喺度簡單啲講美國黑人嘅歷史啊。400多年前，當哥倫布發現呢個美洲新大陸之後呢，英國人就開始喺非洲捉黑人去美國呢開發嗰個國家。而當時每捉100個人，只有一半人能夠生存到達美國。佢哋做咗奴隸100幾年。當美國脱離英國獨立嘅時候，喺呢個憲法上邊第一件事就話美國人係會有民主自由，但係唔包括黑人。黑人要等到去到64年先開始有呢個投票嘅權利。佢有咗投票嘅權利呢，唔代表佢哋呢有呢個正式嘅社會認同嘅地位。後期有好多南美洲嘅人或者墨西哥人亦去咗美國尋找佢嘅夢。我哋中國人亦有唔少人呢好早已經去咗美國。美國嘅鐵路如果唔係當時我哋中國人去到幫忙嘅，美國鐵路根本冇可能可以做得到嘅。所以而家呢次嘅社會呢個騷亂爆發，剛剛好呢，就係證明咗一樣嘢。美國口聲聲同全世界人講，應該唔係講美國人，我係講美國政府。口聲聲講係美國係民主自由嘅，係一個相當崇高嘅國家。而家剛好呢一個騷亂就可以證明到俾全世界睇，其實美國唔係一個完美嘅地方。
It's about everybody says that everybody else is wrong. Why can't we all work to make something better? It's just about me telling you you're wrong or you telling me I'm wrong. There's never about, it really isn't about how we're going to fix this. Right now it's about everybody pointing fingers at everybody else. And we got to get past that. We got to get past that.
How do we get past that?
This is a...
透旺，多謝你嘅祝福啊！香港嘅前景呢係美好嘅，但係路途呢係崎嶇嘅。要去到翻以前香港嘅平靜，應該原來仲要一段好大嘅時間嘅。
The curfew was at 6 p.m. Officers gave the protesters about another hour and a half. Then they sent out an emergency alert on people's cell phones and got on the intercom and said, all right, guys, it's time to go home. And after a lot of frustration and a lot of effort, they finally succeeded in getting everyone to go home peacefully. So we'll have more on this coming up tonight at 10, but for now, back to you guys.
Haley, what a difference a few hours makes to feel the calm there now in Riverside after seeing those protesters who didn't want to leave past the curfew. I've got to think for you, too, being out there in the intensity of it with all those law enforcement officers there, just your own nerves. It's got to feel good to be able to calm down yourself for just a little bit.
Yes, it's a 180-degree turn. I can tell you in the thick of it, my photographer Justin O'Brien and I had fireworks coming right at us. We had the SWAT team with their rifles drawn. It was scary. It was really scary. But the important thing is to get the message out and to hopefully bring peace through all of this.
All right. Well, hoping for a continued calm night there. Haley, thank you so much for your perspective and your coverage. Hey, Alex, it's been an interesting night of developments.
It's been something else, as it has. And let's get an up-to-date on those developments at now 9:30 here on Fox 11. Alex Michelson with Christine Devine. Those peaceful protests we saw throughout most of the day have given way to a night of chaos in certain parts of Southern California. We've seen a series of pursuits tonight. We saw a remarkable moment with community members chasing off looters in Van Nuys. And then, as Haley just mentioned, that moment with the Riverside Sheriff taking a knee with some of those protesters.
We've been hearing from different voices of the community. Our Hal Eisner talked with the daughter of Muhammad Ali.
林林，多謝你嘅留言啊！係香港嘅暴徒咧，或者抗爭者啊又好，叫佢黑衣人又好，佢哋的確係冇好似而家美國咁樣去強搶得咁厲害。但係佢強搶咗一樣比財物最重要嘅嘢，就係佢強搶咗我哋香港嘅前途。我自己本人已經50多歲，睇住香港由一個窮嘅地方變到有錢嘅地方，樣嘢變成一個東方之珠。我最痛心嘅就係回到香港彌敦道嘅時候。喺10月10幾號嗰陣時，成條彌敦道俾佢哋破壞晒。佢哋忘記咗一樣嘢，香港嘅繁榮係上一代辛辛苦苦用血、用汗、用淚換翻嚟嘅。佢係強搶咗我哋嘅一番心血。
And on that social media post, she lamented, quote, "Yes, Daddy, I'm grown. And many things are not better."
Now it's a time where white, brown, president, governor, it's not about them telling us when things are going to get better. It's about us finding the information on how to exercise our power and rights in the process.
Wow, she's got a strong, commanding voice. I would love to follow her perhaps on social media just to continue to hear what she has to say. She certainly is very passionate.
And you think about the long struggle from the time of Muhammad Ali to now and all the progress that has been made in the fight for civil rights and all the work that we still need to do.
Powerful interview. Hal Eisner, thank you so much for that one. So, Alex, we've covered everything from looting to protest to pursuits. And I think what that shows with the pursuits is that you have law enforcement starting to go after some of the looters, people who have taken off with stuff in their vehicle and try to make those arrests.
Well, and the criticism that we were just talking about with Laura in the early days of this was that there was not enough law enforcement, perhaps, and that they allowed some of this to go on too long. Tonight, we've seen a different tactic. We've also seen less looting, so it has been easier for law enforcement to sort of get on that one or two bad places.
喺度回覆一下滔汪，香港同美國呢個騷亂唔同，美國呢個騷亂呢個種族歧視喺社會係實在存在嘅，而香港呢個騷亂同埋暴動呢，係俾一班政客或者係一班我哋叫做走狗賣國賊，將一個唔係事實嘅事情包裝成一個醜惡嘅故事，令到好多香港人呢去相信。呢一點呢係一個好大唔同嘅地方。佢哋講到話香港係冇民主、冇自由。剛剛點解呢個頻道要做呢個直播就可以俾多啲人睇到啊嚇？一個自稱係民主自由嘅國家，佢哋有冇不公平呢？喺呢度唔需要我多講啦，個畫面就已經可以證明到啊嚇，美國真正嘅美國係點樣。
Costa Mesa and Costa Mesa PD officers, and that's because as the protest has advanced, the crowd has begun to advance on the skirmish line that police have set up here across Bear Avenue, right between the two sections of the South Coast Plaza Mall. So this gentleman who you see with his hands raised has been having a discussion with the the sergeant from Costa Mesa PD. And the request by Costa Mesa PD is simply for the protesters not to come any closer to the officers who have a skirmish line set up out of view right now. So they're having that discussion, and they're trying to get everybody here on the same page so that this line doesn't advance any further. Let's come out here, Gino, to show where we're talking about. Here is the skirmish line that Costa Mesa PD and the Sheriff's Department have set up. And as you can see, I don't know if you remember our last...
契契，我絕對認同你嘅講法，係辛苦咗香港警察1年。至於你話香港係有權唔用呢，我喺呢度有一個咁嘅睇法。香港嘅名稱呢係叫香港特別行政區。香港本身呢，其實有好多法律啊，或者政府有好多權利呢，唔係咁容易做得到。香港只要能夠得到中央嘅支持，好似而家呢個中聯辦啊換咗人啊，港澳辦換咗人之後，你就見到啊香港政府做嘢呢都開始似樣翻，同埋好多嘢呢有咗好啲嘅節拍。我哋係可以呢去批評香港政府所做嘢嘅錯與對，但係希望可以正面一點，因為大家要試想一下，如果香港警察冇香港政府後邊去支持佢哋嘅話，香港警察會更加辛苦。即係喺呢一點係我嘅個人意見嚟嘅啫。
Into some kind of a confrontation, it looks like here. And in fact, the officer that we showed you just a second ago, the sergeant who was talking to the young man, informed all of them that they technically are in violation of the 7 p.m. curfew here in Costa Mesa. They're not going to enforce that at this time, but they are all in violation at this time. That's the warning from Costa Mesa PD. So let me ask you, young lady. Okay, let me ask you. Okay. Okay. If I can just ask you for a little. Here, what's your concern?
I'm here because people keep getting murdered and nobody seems to do anything about it. If they can't even take a minute to take a knee, and all these people are being murdered, and I'm scared for my family members, and they can't even take a knee. We're not asking for much. We don't have weapons. They have weapons.
Right. Their concern is that you continue to advance on them, and as they advised you, you're technically in violation of the curfew in Costa Mesa. So they're giving you that leeway anyway.
Why did they put a curfew on us? But when everyone was protesting
with guns in their faces, where was the curfew then?
Ben, where was that curfew?
Okay, so there are two of you talking. I didn't quite get what your message.
We got a curfew because we're protesting.
The curfew has been in place for a while. It's a 7 p.m. curfew. It's well past that now, and you're out on the street. So technically, they could arrest you if they wanted to, but they're not doing that.
I'm just asking to protest what I believe in, which is lives. This is not about.
而家美國嘅黑人啊，其實已經去到個轉捩點呢，就係佢哋已經唔可以再容忍而家社會上嘅不公平。如果講到最激烈嘅遊行示威，我哋要翻去60年代，由呢個馬丁路丁啊 Martin Luther King 發起嘅遊行示威，當年更加激烈。而家個示威者講呢，就係話希望警察呢能夠承認佢哋嘅錯，喺佢哋嘅面前單膝下跪一下，將佢哋嘅即係點啊？希望警察呢能夠尊重翻呢位死咗嘅 Justiceforfloyd 先生。而好多人都講啦，群眾入邊係冇武器嘅，用武器嘅就係警察。
Sir, if I may talk to you real quick, you've been out in front, on your knees, raising your hands. Obviously, that's symbolic. What message are you trying to send to the officers here?
Humanity. Just be more human. Be more respectful and mindful how you treat people. What if it was your son? It just has to stop. Just because you're a police officer doesn't mean you have to agree with the brutality and senseless deaths. They make your job harder. That's all. Treat me like a human.
As a group, what's your intent tonight? What is it that you're hoping to accomplish? And I mean, they politely asked you to keep your distance. What's your response to that?
For what?
Keeping your distance from the skirmish.
Exactly. For what? Why?
So that there won't be a violent confrontation.
Change takes violence. Out of chaos comes order. Read.
Thank you, sir.
I'm not doing anything violent.
You are not. I will say that you are not. We'll continue to search out more people to talk to. Things are getting a little bit testy over here, so for now we're going to throw it back to you. We'll come back in a moment.
All right, perspective there from Orange County, where we've seen a lot of the other areas kind of quiet down tonight. Rick Lozano talking about how it's still quite active there in Costa Mesa. You see a woman there. Okay, people on their knees, it looks like, yes.
We see all the passion on display in Orange County and throughout our region tonight. We want to go now to Hollywood. That's where Ed Laspos is standing by. Ed.
And at this point, Hollywood has been jumping tonight, and we're looking at a new tactic that we're seeing for the first night after all of these several LAPD moving in and sealing off the protesters. As in this case, look at all these vehicles. This is Sunset. Cross Street is Schrader, but there's at least a dozen and a half vehicles here stopped right in their tracks. LAPD shut them off because LAPD investigators say this was a roving group through the Hollywood area, looting stores. These vehicles would pull up right next to the stores, load them up with material, then they would drive off. And maybe this entire convoy was also surrounded by maybe like 100 protesters, investigators are guessing at this point. In any event, they have made dozens and dozens of arrests. These vehicles stopped right here. Tow trucks are moving in now, and police have been going through and really marking up, categorizing all the evidence. They say stolen evidence, looted evidence from some of the storefronts. We've seen clothing and other items that look like it came from maybe some of the drugstores that were also hit in this area of Hollywood over the last couple of hours. But it's been a new tactic at LAPD.
你講得啱啊！警察入邊都有好人嘅。較早嘅今朝嘅時分喺個比較和平示威當中，有好多警察咧都係同示威者一齊步行嘅，最後有啲警察自動單膝下跪，向呢個死者咧致敬嘅，所以去到邊度都好啦。就算香港警察一樣係有好有壞，只不過我哋唔可以咧，因為有一個人做錯嘢，就將成個警隊咧都抹黑，呢個絕對係一個唔係好嘅行為。而家佢哋黃絲嗰邊就係咁樣啦，用放大鏡去睇香港警察。如果中間俾你捉到有一條毛咧，就係話成碗飯都唔食得。較早前係的確係有班警察香港咧係呢個販賣毒品而捉到嘅，所以呢個世界就係咁啦。太陽會照好人又會照壞人，無論點樣都好咧，都係有啲人會做好事，有啲人做壞事嘅。
Watching them, good surveillance, and they move in very quickly, Alex and Christine. And tonight it's a whole different mood out here, and you begin to see it shift. The last few nights you kind of felt when you're on the streets that the rioters, the looters were the ones running the show. Tonight, it's the guys and the women with the badges who are running the show.
Very interesting. So, Ed, let me ask you this question, too. Besides the looters, if you're out past curfew, they could also make that, detain you and make that arrest, right?
Oh, yes, we've seen that in some other stops through tonight at a Pavilions grocery store that was looted maybe about an hour ago. They made about a dozen arrests there. They weren't sure if those were the actual looters because as police arrived, a lot of the folks were running around the parking lot. But as the sergeant told me at that point, at least they were going to be making the arrest, taking those people into custody for violation of curfew. That's something we've seen in some other locations where they hit some apartment buildings, some apartment complex. That was the California Highway Patrol in their tactical gear, if you can imagine that, moving moving in, and as vehicles were moving out of that parking garage from that big unit, that big development, they were stopping the vehicles and arresting people for violating the curfews. That was about 7:15 tonight.
首先好多謝大家嘅支持。先想講翻一下。我做呢個頻道或者做呢次直播呢個初心呢，唔係想話出名或者係想賺到咩錢，而係喺一年以嚟香港嘅暴亂嘅情景呢，太多黑媒呢將佢傳咗上去網上，而呢一次呢，美國嘅騷亂呢，喺香港冇一個媒體呢係或者冇一個人呢係做一個直接嘅直播，將真實呢而家美國發生嘅事情呢係俾大家睇嘅。所以喺呢度只好再呼籲大家，如果係支持嘅，想將呢條直播或者以後上咗片之後，將呢啲片呢俾多啲朋友睇下，等佢能夠可以比較一下美國喺呢個騷亂嘅情形之下，佢哋嘅政府同埋佢哋警察係點做？希望可以將香港警察呢還一個公道。好多謝大家，真係好多謝大家。
Quite a scene. Ed Laskos, thank you very much. We go from there in Hollywood back to Costa Mesa. This is where this protest is now underway, and it's a reminder, Christine, of sort of what led to all of this. Of course, the death of George Floyd and the frustration over that, and the frustration that there hasn't been more arrests in that case, and the frustration that the one officer that was arrested was only charged with third-degree murder. These protesters feel like if they were in that same situation and they weren't a police officer, they would be charged with first-degree murder for that.
So let's go back to Rick Lozano, who's there on the ground. Rick, what time did the protest start there? Because we've seen different times. For example, we were in Westwood earlier this afternoon, then in Van Nuys as well. Riverside's quieted down, but here this is kind of more energy here. So what time did this start?
Well, it was supposed to start at 8 o'clock directly, but it didn't start until just before we went on the air with you a few minutes ago. At least it didn't start in earnest until that time. For the most part of the evening, most of these protesters had been on the opposite side of the street, yelling at police from a vantage point off the street. And then all of a sudden they decided to rush the street and begin advancing on the police skirmish line. And at first they were a good 50 feet away from them, and they kept creeping closer and closer to the officers and the deputies. And then finally at one point, a sergeant from Costa Mesa PD pulled one of the leaders of this protest group aside and said, listen, we're okay with whatever you do. You're technically in violation of the curfew that began at 7 p.m., but we're going to ignore that. Just don't advance any further. Now, to their credit, they haven't advanced any further since last we talked to you. And so for now, things are okay. The chants continue, the insults continue to be hurled in the direction of law enforcement officers, but they have held their ground. They haven't advanced any further. But I got to tell you that when law enforcement spoke to these people, they were very stern in the warning they gave them. They said, do not come any closer. That's all I'm going to say. That's what the officer said. I'm quoting him directly. He said, I'm going to tell you, do not advance any further. That's all I'm going to say. And that implied that if you do, there are going to be consequences. Luckily, to this point anyway, there have been no consequences. Again, we're going to be here through the course of the night and keeping you posted as to how things develop here.
And I'm wondering, Rick, behind the Costa Mesa officers, is that SWAT team? They don't have National Guard there, correct?
From what I can tell, it's SWAT. I haven't seen any National Guard men or women here. It appears that is a SWAT team from the County Sheriff's Department.
All right, Rick, we're going to stay on top of this situation. Obviously, it is an active live situation that we'll follow for the rest of the night. We want to show you some of the other areas
中國
where
強
we have seen
我收到
activity tonight.
而家調校緊個音響，如果再聽得唔清楚嘅請留言啦嚇。
This is the Gower Gulch, a place you're familiar with, Christine, and check out what happened. This was at the Rite Aid store when we were live on the air. You see people trying to loot that. They broke through the window, and there was just a large swarm of people that started running into that Rite Aid, and a bunch of cars showed up that clearly they had coordinated with so they could make a quick getaway. The difference between tonight and last night, Christine, is last night this sort of looting would have probably lasted for a half hour, 45 minutes. Tonight it only lasted for a few minutes before the cops were able to show up.
Yeah, this is Sunset near the 101 freeway, and we saw when we had this shot on the door, you could tell when they made entry to the store itself, because then the crowd just rushed in. And you're right, we've seen in past days where they've been able to go in 2 and 3 times to load up their vehicles with clothing and items that they've taken. That wasn't really the scene here. LAPD, who had been, not too far away on Hollywood Boulevard,
係請問啊，你係背後嘅聲音唔夠大啊，定係我旁述嘅聲音唔夠大呢？請大家留言指點下。
Look there, the businesses there, the restaurants there, being boarded up, having been boarded up there, anticipating crowds perhaps. So watch here as people are piling out of the store. You can see them get wind perhaps that LAPD was very close. But like I said, with law enforcement now getting a feel for the kinds of stores that were being hit, they've been kind of keeping an eye and ear on some of these stores and trying to also stop those cars making the getaway.
And we look at these folks, it looks like it's a whole lot of young people, most of them many of them in sweatshirts, most of them wearing masks because of coronavirus, but it makes it, of course, harder to identify who they are. They try to sort of get as much as they can and get out of there as quickly as they can.
Yeah, we also talked about, though, law enforcement being able to try to stop some of the cars that have been, they call it the mobile looting, that they've been able to try to go to location. And we've seen a couple of arrests tonight where they've been able to track some of these cars down or stop them as they've been making their getaway. But watch here. So that's the side street where you see some of the cars where they're just kind of 2 and 3 friends are just piling into the cars with they've been able to take.
So their cars are ready to go, the sort of getaway car that they have stacked. They throw as much stuff as they can, and then they start moving. You see, they're even moving before the doors close. Other people start moving here. You wonder how many of those people were impacted, if all of them were involved, or some of them might just be innocent bystanders who got stuck on the street. And here you see it, the LAPD moving in force. This guy, the last guys to get out, they keep running.
你而家聲音聽得清唔清楚呢？
But we saw multiple different places in the Hollywood area that were looted tonight.
We also heard from the LAPD chief about the number of arrests that they've been able to make as well. So it's certainly one of those interesting situations where when you talk to why people are doing this, Bill Malusian talked to one young man who came from another county over to LA.
不過喺呢度我要補充一下，因為始終個直播嘅來源係嚟自美國，有時喺聲路上呢，佢係有高低嘅相差，呢啲係技術上嘅問題，有不便之處就敬請原諒嚇。
Protests in Van Nuys. There was news about potential protests I heard in Encino, Sherman Oaks. A lot of that was trending on Twitter earlier today. There was thoughts that area could be targeted. We have not seen reports of mass looting in those areas. There was concern about Westwood. because we had a big protest there. The protesters went onto the freeway. Thankfully, that protest was peaceful. We heard that the National Guard was in Westwood guarding the village there. I know there was a lot of concern in the Brentwood neighborhood. Almost the entire street of San Vicente was boarded up. Concerns that Westwood protest would descend over there towards the Brentwood neighborhood. Thankfully, no reports of looting in that neighborhood. So a lot of these neighborhoods that were concerned, that did proactive measures tonight, breathing a sigh of relief that they have not been hit by the looting that we saw last night in Santa Monica and Long Beach.
We're watching this live picture here in Costa Mesa where if you were to go there minutes ago, you'd hear this crowd chanting. Now it seems to be much more of a calm there as they continue to protest there, but so many there on the ground, they're sitting there quietly exercising the normal right to protest except for a curfew. So this protest starting, I guess Rick Lozano said around 8 p.m. That is past the 7 p.m. curfew there, but watching what's happening there.
係翻嚟講解一下呢十幾分鐘發生嘅事。喺洛杉磯附近一個小城市呢，有批示威者呢，暫時呢仲係同警察對峙嘅。咁最主要呢，個警察呢就係要求佢哋翻屋企，因為呢個宵禁令已經開始㗎啦。但係示威者呢就多次要求警察呢作一個敬禮，就係單膝下跪，向呢個死者呢作出一個致敬嘅。咁呢批警察暫時呢仲係冇咩行動。至於呢個國民警衛軍呢，已經大量出動呢，係幫唔同嘅城市嘅警察呢去維持呢個秩序㗎啦。多數嘅城市嘅人呢都開始係陸續離開，但係仲係有少部分嘅人呢係仲唔肯離開嘅。
I personally think that's the goal, and I think that's the goal everywhere. That is with reforms in the police, system, but we'll see.
The crowd advanced twice on this skirmish line, and that's when the sergeant said in no uncertain terms, do not advance any further. And they haven't, to their credit, but still the message has been delivered by law enforcement.
Yes. So we try. They asked us if we can take a couple steps back and maybe we can come to some sort of agreement.
回翻呢次最重要嘅示威個要求啊，除咗示威者要求嗰4位警察被起訴之外，佢哋最重要嘅要求就係希望政府能夠真係將呢個有系統性嘅種族歧視喺警察內部呢去係改好嘅。咁呢個要求呢，就唔係淨止一個城市，而係多個地方嘅城市嘅示威者呢，都係作出呢個要求嘅。
Do give them their props for allowing us to peacefully assemble. It is our constitutional right, however, so if they were to prevent that, I wouldn't. I'd do the exact opposite of give them credit.
All right. Gino, turn around over here. I'm going to try to walk up here and talk to the sergeant who's been mediating on behalf of these folks. And he's talking to one of the young ladies who has been sort of negotiating back and forth between the crowd and law enforcement. And as soon as she has a quick break here, I'm going to try to step in. Excuse me, let me just try to sneak in a quick question.
Conversation first, please? I would appreciate it.
Absolutely. You go ahead. That's fine. You go ahead and take care of your business, and then we'll try to step in for a quick question or two. But we've got a higher vantage point from here, and you can see the size of the crowd. And I'm guessing maybe 150 to 200 people who are assembled here, and they've been slowly trickling in through the course of the evening. And again, technically, all of them are in violation of the curfew order. But so far, no arrests, no citations have been handed out. As soon as this officer breaks free, we're going to try to engage him in conversation. But for now, we're going to send it back to you, Alex.
All right, Rick, thank you so much. And we will get back to Rick. And this is usually the time of night where we join you. A very special edition of the Fox 11 News at 10 starts right now.
Protecting the stores, or looters are over there.
It happened live on Fox 11. Community members fight back trying to stop looters, but one innocent woman winds up in handcuffs.
Watch out, there's a firework.
Protesters face off with police in Riverside.
And we're all trying to show that this is the land of the free. We're all able to do anything. We can be with whoever we want. We can do whatever we want.
The sheriff took a knee with protesters to start a conversation. That moment right there, the sheriff taking a knee in Riverside with protesters. Good evening, everyone. I'm Christine Devine. We welcome you to the Fox 11 News at 10 o'clock.
And I'm Alex Michelson. It's been a day of peaceful protests and then a night of chaos in certain areas. Curfews in effect now all around Southern California, most until 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Protests beginning peaceful in Riverside, but turning violent when protesters threw some fireworks at sheriff's deputies.
We saw several incidents of looting in Van Nuys and Hollywood, but we also saw quick response by the LAPD to take suspects into custody. We want to remind you that we will continue our coverage of LA in crisis tomorrow morning, very early, 4 a.m., right here on Good Day LA. Our Christina Gonzalez has been in the middle of it all in Van Nuys all day.
Yeah, we've seen protests morph into looting that morphed into standoff. Christina, what a day you had, what a night you had, and you were in the middle of some incredible events. Take it away.
Yeah. Well, thank you. What a night all of us in the Southland have had. And the latest incident before we show you some of the stuff from today is we are at the Walgreens, which is on Sherman Way in Van Nuys, and looters tried to get in there. Quick response by law enforcement and people from the community who actually tried to block them. Just one of the many times today when that has happened, including this one incident at a liquor store where we ended up in the middle of a showdown. Let's just show you. Monette is the one who's going to narrate this. She is one of the people, the residents, who tried to help the business owner, stopped some people who were seemingly, allegedly about to start looting again. You listen. This vehicle and those guys over there got out of the other vehicle. There's a gold store in the parking lot, and they were heading to it. And these guys came out and they said, "No, you're not."
多謝來看火法師的留言。6·4呢，的確係一個好敏感嘅問題。其實都冇咩好講，不過喺呢度我想補充件事，就係點解外國嘅人咁相信6·4嘅事件，就係要多謝法輪功。喺呢20幾30年啦，佢哋喺外國灌輸咗好多唔正確嘅信息俾外國人，使到令到好多外國人呢對中國呢件事嘅發生呢有一個重大嘅誤會。我哋要講6·4，我哋要將6·4呢都係真相話俾人聽。講一次唔夠，我哋要講2次，唔夠2次唔夠，我講3次。上次我都講過啦，我自己本人喺6·4，即係89年嘅6·4之後嘅10月份，我自己係返過北京嘅。當時我都同埋2個外國嘅朋友一齊去嘅。當時喺北京，我冇見到任何話佢所講咁氣氛啊，嗰種抗爭嘅氣氛，而同其他好多當地嘅朋友傾偈都冇咩朋友講話嗰陣時係有咁樣嘅大屠殘。係的確喺6·4呢係有人死亡，而家你睇到美國呢個騷亂都一樣有人死亡。如果將死一個人去誇大到死咗幾千人、幾萬人嘅呢個大話，其實就係多謝呢個法輪功嘅。
We're going to let her talk a little bit more about her thoughts about what's going on this time and possibly what's going to need to be done. A shout out to her. She is a wonderful lady. She and her family are fine. They did let them go. The misunderstanding, and of course, an amazing shout out to my camera person, Joe Prince, who has done an incredible job all day, and to all the people in the city who are living this with all of us. Thank you for your support. I am live in Van Nuys, where we do have a curfew, and officers are asking people to stay home. Keep that in mind. I'm Christina Gonzalez. Back to you guys.
Christina, one of the great joys and privileges of reporting in the field is you get an opportunity to meet new people every day. But every once in a while, you meet somebody that stands out, that you'll sort of remember for the rest of your life. And Monette is one of those characters, isn't she?
Oh, yes. I have a feeling we're going to, after this, hopefully when it all comes down, get together. She has a wonderful family and a wonderful story. And her kids are amazing. And she was saying that the store owner, the reason they're protecting them is there was a time when she didn't have money for diapers. And these people were saying, don't worry about it. Come get milk. Come get what you need. And that is what a community is about. And that's why they were out there. Whatever people may think, whatever, outside of all the controversy, outside of everything, if we remember that we are a community, all of us who live here, including me who lives in the valley, perhaps we can draw from that and make it stop. A lot of the protesters have been stopping the looting. I got to give them credit for that. I've seen it again and again.
Well, that relationship between her and the store owner was very special. Christina, thank you so much.
Now to this, another credible scene. This in Riverside this afternoon when the sheriff took a knee with protesters live on Fox 11.
Haley Winslow live with the latest on that in a much quieter Riverside, we should note as well. Haley?
Yes, we are able to take a breath and catch our breath here. We're at CVS downtown. This is one of two places that were broken into tonight. The other one was Citibank. The looters got into the ATM, but it's a lot quieter now. People have finally gone home, but earlier today, things got pretty ugly. Oh God, is that a fire? Justin, watch out! Justin, is that a firework? I think that's a live firework right there. I just want to make sure that's they're throwing fireworks all over the place. Photographer Justin O'Brien and I safely trying to get as close as we could to the action to bring you guys the story. And what happened was they had a very peaceful protest for about an hour and a half around downtown. They met with the officers on 10th and Market. There was a peaceful standoff. The sheriff was trying to talk to the protesters and tell them to go home. They refused. They asked him to take a knee several times. He joined. He decided to try to tell everybody that we're all on the same page, we're all in this together, and in a moment of unity, he took a knee and got his message out to his community.
各位好，先旁述翻一下呢，剛才喺大畫面嗰度嘅情形，就係佢哋回顧翻呢今日咧喺洛杉磯所發生嘅事情。就早上呢，其實呢，就大家呢，出嚟遊行示威嘅人呢，就係好多嘅。咁曾經呢，有警察呢，自願呢，係單膝下跪，去表示對呢位死去嘅黑人呢 Justiceforfloyd 作出一個致敬，亦想呢，同示威者呢，係溝通。解釋俾佢哋聽呢，你哋出嚟遊行示威，喺警察裏邊有好多人都係支持你哋嘅，但係希望大家保持冷靜。一日呢，到去中午呢時分，一切情形呢其實都係好和平嘅，但係每次呢，一到傍晚開始呢，就有批咁嘅賊出嚟呢，到處強搶。咁喺洛杉磯附近好多商店呢，為咗保護自己呢，已經將自己嘅商店呢釘上木板㗎啦，唔俾受到破壞。而有啲地方嘅店主呢，亦拿出槍械出嚟呢，保護佢哋嘅店鋪。加上呢，仲有一啲鄰居亦組成一個小小嘅自衛隊呢，幫呢啲商店嘅主人呢，保護佢哋嘅地方。好多記者今日旁述呢，就係想強調一樣嘢，就係美國呢個國家入邊係好多問題，尤其是種族問題，但係往往喺一個小鄰居入邊都有一啲係令人溫馨嘅事故嘅，就係希望大家呢喺自己住嘅地方呢，係守望相助。咁呢一番説話呢，我都係想反映翻俾香港嗰班華師聽嘅啫。大家都係住一個豆腐潤咁細嘅地方，香港其實入邊當然啦，一定有佢嘅問題， 至於點樣解決嘅係要大家去理性去做。如果非黃就係一定係反你嘅，咁香港就會分裂㗎啦。不過分裂就係分裂咗㗎啦。不過希望分裂嗰一批少數人呢係佔少數，咁香港先有得救。
You can see all their units come in here, they check in, they put them together as a field force, and then they send them out to the various locations where they need them throughout the city here. We've heard a lot of them heading up into the Hollywood area. They are still heavily patrolling the Hollywood area as well as places in the valley. So they are still working hard here throughout the night. There's sporadic 911 calls of possible looters, and they are moving very quickly to contain those looters and take them into custody. It's the latest overhead. Skybox, we'll send it back to you in the studio.
All right, Kevin, you've covered a lot for us tonight. Thank you so much. We're going to go back now to the ground with our reporter Ed Lascos, who's been on the ground there in Hollywood. Ed, an interesting development there with all those vehicles behind you. Explain.
Yeah, and it's exactly what Kevin Takumi was just talking about. Police tonight have been targeting the looters, the mobile looters. They've been hard to catch them the last couple of nights. Go elusive, driving around, cutting in and out of alleys. Not on this night. Have a look. This is Sunset. Schrader is the cross street. There's at least a dozen or so. They've already towed away several of these vehicles, but they were part of this looting convoy that would pull up to the stores, fill them up with items, and then move away. And you see how they're all kind of turned here to the left because they were coming down Sunset, and then they saw police in the block ahead, so they tried to hit Schrader, and black and white shut them right down, and everybody taken into custody. And if Bruce will give a look, see those two officers over there in that white SUV. Well, we'll look at that here in a second. But this is some video from earlier, about an hour earlier, when this scene was really jumping. They had maybe about 100. Okay, we're back here again live. Bruce, show us that. See that vehicle? You can look through those two officers. Look at all the camera equipment on the hood of that SUV. Police have been telling us that that is some of what they've been seeing here, the MO of a lot of these looters. They want to shoot video, their own video, and then post it online of them actually breaking the law and looting. And in that vehicle was actually got a couple of cameras up on the hood, and he was the one who was leading this convoy of looters, if you will, through the streets of Hollywood, and he was taping everything. Now he's off to jail. Bruce is also giving us a look across Sunset here. There's still dozens, at least by my count, at least a couple dozen people in handcuffs waiting for the next LA County Sheriff's Department bus to arrive here. They've already had 2 bus loads because besides these looters here in this convoy, they also had maybe about 100 protesters who were moving along this section of Sunset, of course breaking the curfew because they were kind of, as we say, cuffed and stuffed maybe around 8 o'clock tonight. So this area is still sealed off, but the lieutenant was telling me from LAPD this is a big score because their problem the last 2 nights were these looters in their little vehicles zipping around, eluding capture. But tonight, police with their roving mobile tactical squads, lots of motorcycle officers and a lot of undercover officers, they move in and they basically shut down a block of the street, in this case a half a block, and caught these looters in their getaway vehicles right dead in their tracks, nowhere to go. And so a big hit, and tonight you kind of see when you're out here on the streets.
再旁述一下畫面個對話。個記者話咧，同警方溝通過之後咧，就發覺呢次騷亂之後嘅強搶嘅行為咧，相信係有組織性嘅行為嚟嘅。因為通常佢哋嘅操作咧就係有一群車隊，然之後咧就衝向某一個街嘅地段就進行呢個搶劫，強搶之後咧再離開，然之後又去另一個地方。至於佢哋後邊係點樣發放信息啊，佢係點樣係聯絡或者組織呢？警方希望咧喺嚟緊捉到人之後咧，能夠有一個好啲嘅信息。都係同翻琴晚一樣啦。所有社會嘅領袖啊，不同城市入邊嘅主要人啊，就算係不同國籍啊人種咧，都係支持呢次遊行示威嘅。最不幸嘅就係呢班匪徒喺每次咧，往往咧就借用呢一批和平示威嘅人嘅後邊咧，係進行呢個強搶嘅。
Evidence against you by filming the whole thing. I hate to say they're not the brightest, Alex. They're not the brightest. By the way, if you watch us regularly, there are plenty of Ed Lascos isms that appear in his work, and I am shocked it's taken until 10:12 to hear cuffed and stuffed. on his reporting tonight. One of the great Ed Lasco's isms for regular watchers of the Fox 11 News at 10.
As we are looking here at this shot of Ed's, I just want to put this information out that we got from our assignment team here, our assignment desk. This was put out by the LAPD that says they, of course, are directing the public to stay away from the Hollywood area.
好多謝你嘅留言啊，來看火法師的。的確香港嘅教育係出咗問題，不過個問題唔係淨係學校嘅教育嘅問題，因為香港人實在個壓力太大，有好多人每日工作要10幾小時，係冇乜時間呢去教育下一代。當然，當你面對每一日嘅壓力，你就係冇忽略咗其他重要嘅嘢。希望經歷過呢一年嘅香港嘅騷亂啊、暴動啊，好多現在啱啱結婚或者啱啱有細路嘅父母啊，都能夠將佢自己嘅生活呢改變一下。教育係雙方面嘅，係家長加埋學校先可以更正得到嘅。單單呢淨係要求學校去改呢，個作用都係唔大嘅。
They got cut by the glass going inside that store there. A van on the scene to transport those who were arrested.
Meanwhile, a couple of apparent looters arrested in Van Nuys this evening after a police pursuit. Officers saw that white car with the back door open, a big screen TV sticking out of it. The suspects dumped the car, fled through a fast food drive-through. Officers caught up, arrested them both. That looted property was then recovered.
We're going to go back now to a story we've been watching tonight. Rick Lozano is live for us once again in Costa Mesa. Rick, how are things now? Looks like it's kind of quiet there.
Well, the magic word is poof, as in a puff of smoke. Everything here has disappeared. Take a look behind me. This is the remains of the skirmish line, which at one point had stretched completely across Bear Street here in Costa Mesa. A skirmish line that was too deep with officers and sheriff's deputies as they blocked this street. There was a large group of protesters here who kept advancing ever so slowly on the officers till one of the officers, a sergeant, had to step forward and say, listen, we don't mind you being here. We're not going to arrest you for violating the curfew that's in effect. And now these officers are beginning to leave themselves. But at any point, the sergeant said, you step any closer and there are going to be consequences. And he said it in a very matter-of-fact way. So the protesters stopped their advancement. And then, without warning, they simply all got up and started stepping back, and then they took off altogether. They went down Sunflower Street, and they advanced completely out of sight. And so at this moment, there is no more stalemate here at this intersection. So we will continue to keep an eye on things and let you know if anything further develops. We're live in Costa Mesa, guys. We'll send it back to you.
I did see a change in the mood there where they were chanting quite passionately, and then you saw some sit on the ground and get very calm. So perhaps they felt like they made their statement. They know there's a curfew, and they called it a night.
All right, Rick Lozano.
Yeah, they certainly did. Hands up, don't shoot. They kept chanting that all night long, but in the end, they got the message and they left peaceably.
Rick Lozano, thank you for your reporting tonight from Orange County.
Bring these cases against police officers for the use of excessive force.
Throughout the evening.
Coco McAvoy there for us. Coco.
Hi, Alex. Hi, Christine. We're here at Hollywood Boulevard outside of Wilcox. Now, we're outside of a store that's called Souvenirs and More, and you can see it has been hit by looters here. Now, what's interesting, though, as my photographer Rudy walks inside carefully, you can see that there's still a lot of...
But was that use of force?
Merchandise here. So what that tells us is that maybe perhaps police moved in to use a little bit more force this time. People moved out much quicker than last night, than what we saw in Santa Monica, and perhaps that stopped some of the massive destruction that we saw in Santa Monica. Now, Rudy's going to step out to be careful here, but we want to walk this way to show you that police are still out here in force. You can see a number of police officers on the corner here on Wilcox with police cruisers as well. They've been here. People have been talking to them, asking about curfew, and they've told them, hey, you got to go home. And the people left and they went home. But something that is interesting, too, that we're starting to see more of is citizens defending their own businesses. That's something that we saw at AutoZone. Now, we're going to show you that video of AutoZone right now. You can see that it was heavily damaged. People who were looting were going inside of that store constantly. However, the owner of the business next door decided to get a group of his friends, and he started defending that business. He told people to get away, and he was able to do that successfully with a group of friends. Now, we did speak to one of those men. His name is Adam. Take a listen.
Yeah, I'm really happy that we were able to at least do something. I mean, you know, it's a shame, of course, that AutoZone got broken into. At least to
大家好，喺好多畫面呢，好多美國嘅電視台啊或者新聞呢，而家開始已經係回顧翻一下呢今日整個事情嘅進展嘅。咁通常嚟講呢，早上嘅遊行示威呢都係較為平靜嘅。只不過今日有一樣嘢係比較唔同嘅，就係好多示威者呢。就希望警方呢能夠向死者 Justiceforfloyd 作為一個致敬，喺街上呢作一個單身下跪嘅動作，作為尊重或者係致敬呢位死去嘅黑人。亦有好多示威者呢喺警察嘅前邊呢舉起雙手叫警察唔好開槍，唔好開槍。好多情形之下呢，當佢哋嗌完之後呢，都係平靜離去㗎啦。咁至於月入傍晚呢，月入深呢，就搶掠嘅事情呢，仲係陸續發生。只一個唔同嘅呢，就係因為好多城市呢已經有咗呢個宵禁令，亦有好多群眾呢，亦係聽隨呢個宵禁令，喺示威完之後呢，就翻屋企。咁剩翻落嚟嘅，仲有少部分係比較頑固啲嘅示威者呢，仲喺街上。而警察呢，喺呢個宵禁令之後，最主要嘅工作呢，就係將搶劫嘅匪徒呢係追趕嘅。咁暫時呢，加咗呢個國民保護兵呢嘅協助之下呢，喺街上呢係多咗好多執行法律嘅工作，令到呢警察有得喘氣嘅。咁最新嘅消息我講咗啦，喺呢件事當中呢嘅4位警察呢，已經全部被起訴㗎啦。咁至於聽日仲會唔會有咁多人出翻嚟遊行示威呢？呢一點好多人都相信仲會嘅，因為呢件事呢唔係單單因為一個人死咗咁簡單，而係反映咗喺美國啦個幾百年以來嘅種族歧視嘅問題。所以呢一點呢，好多示威者呢，唔淨止係話要求呢4位警察受到起訴，而希望政府呢真正重視呢個問題，將警察嘅內部啊或者政府其他嘅部門呢去改革嘅。
People were really blown away by Natalie and her friend Zishan because what you saw there was incredible. You saw a woman who doesn't work at REI, who doesn't know the owners, and she said that she wasn't necessarily trying to protect the store, she was trying to protect the message. And I thought that was so powerful, and a lot of viewers have thought that was powerful too. And I did connect with her today, and she says she's going to keep doing that with her friend Zishan, and she's going to keep making sure that the message is clear for people.
And let me clarify it. Maybe I didn't mean to say professional looter, but professional agitator. Because, you know, we think of those people that are all completely dressed in black. He was there with the hammer. He had true intent there to break into that store and cause some damage. But great story to think that they're going to still want to step up for businesses, but you worry about their safety too.
One of the many heroes that we've met along the way, Coco McAvoy, thank you for your continued excellent reporting, tireless reporting on the streets of Hollywood tonight. Meanwhile, LA's top law enforcement officers speaking out against that violence today, even as they said that they do support the right to peacefully protest.
They come together to give us a lot of information. Laura Diaz was there at the Hall of Justice where the sheriff, the police chief, and prosecutors stood shoulder to shoulder.
The group included the LA County Sheriff, the County DA, the LA Police Chief and City Prosecutor, and the police chiefs from smaller cities.
各位網友，好多謝大家收睇。好多美國轉過嚟嘅直播已經開始減少㗎啦，亦好多地方呢亦冇咩大嘅事情發生㗎啦。總算呢都係好彩喺咁大嘅騷亂事件呢，仲依然冇太多人死亡，而警察呢一次呢，就真係同美國本身做開嘅方法唔同，佢哋都係真係盡量避免呢使用呢個實彈嘅，呢個係一個真係比較意外嘅事。亦加上呢，就示威者嘅要求同埋真實社會入邊個種族歧視係存在嘅，所以呢一點呢係冇人能夠推翻嘅。咁至於美國總統特朗普點做，就要睇下佢自己點啦。喺呢度最後呢，我就想講一聲，就係本台做呢個直播唔係取笑美國，亦唔係想幸災樂禍。這個香港呢一年以嚟嘅發生嘅騷亂，香港警察嘅付出，一路呢都冇辦法去證明佢哋所做嘅嘢係啱嘅。借過呢個直播美國呢個騷亂，我希望各位觀眾能夠用你自己嘅眼去睇到，當示威遊行暴動發生嘅時候，通常嚟講，警察係點做呢？或者喺唔同嘅國家、唔同嘅地方，佢哋嘅處事方法又點樣呢？希望呢各位嘅觀眾、網友將呢條片或者呢個直播呢，因為聽日早上我哋應該都會再有直播嘅，就發送多啲出去俾其他人睇下，等佢用佢自己嘅眼光咧去評論一下，或者確定一下香港警察呢一年以嚟嘅辛苦。好啦，如果冇咩特別嘅事情呢，過多幾分鐘呢，本台就會刪除呢個直播。希望聽日再會見到大家啦。
Examples, and in reality there is so much more that unites us, and to see the fist bump, to see the smile between the two, to see the acknowledgement of each other's humanity is a hopeful sign that maybe we can move past this.
臨收台之前，多謝瑞匡親。飯未食，因為做直播呢唔同錄片，係要每一刻分每一秒呢都注意好多嘢。而大家都睇到啦，喺網上係做美國呢次騷亂直播，喺香港係完全冇咩黃色媒體做嘅。所以就多謝你嘅問候。好多技術嘅嘢啦，可能仲未曾做得好完美，就希望所有網友包涵，因為裏邊包含嘅技術係有好多嘅。對一個50幾歲嘅阿伯嚟講呢，都係一件好辛苦嘅事。不過好在去多謝佢仔嘅幫忙，所以呢度要同佢講聲多謝。好啦，咁唔講咁多啦，亦唔好阻太大家太多時間啦。如果香港係再有事情發生嘅，我會繼續再去做香港呢個直播嘅。多謝大家。
Yeah, you're right. And a sign of the times with cell phones and people able to capture things for people to see for themselves. And the Black community has been saying that for so long that, you know, these things happen from time to time and nobody knows about it, or we don't get any media attention on it because we have to, you know, say that this is happening and you're not hearing us. That's been a big concern. But that's video right there that showed what happened.
And even in example